Good morning, America in the West Coast, but good afternoon on the East Coast. President Trump to perform a bill signing at 3 o'clock Eastern. In the meantime, we'll also take you to Secretary Kristi Noem just minutes away. I'm Robert McNeely. It's always a joy to be with you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, your go-to live desk, and, of course, your rally network as we gear up for the midterms come 2026. We are at the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center, just steps away, really, from the White House, right along Pennsylvania Avenue. And Secretary Kristi Noem will be presenting a Homeland Security and Defense Forum. Of course, we watched, as yesterday, far-left Democrats berate her entire department and the Department of Homeland Security for the amazing work that ICE agents are doing alongside other federal agents, the FBI, to state and local officials, our military, our border patrol as well, to make this country safe again, especially our big cities that have been really decimated by far-left Democrats, whether it be New York to Chicago and Los Angeles and so many more, as Make America Beautiful Again really taking focus this past week or so in Minneapolis, Minnesota, continued operations in Memphis, Tennessee, and New Orleans, Louisiana. Meanwhile, the Trump tariffs work. We saw President Trump this week in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in the Poconos. Trade deficits plummet to a 5-year low. The trade deficit has narrowed to its smallest since the mid-2020s, now down more than 35% over the last year. And more proof that President Donald Trump's America First trade agenda is working. Even the New York Times touching on the fact that the Trump tariffs shrank in the U.S. trade deficit this past December. Here's what you need to know. U.S. exports are up over 6% from last year, rising to their second highest value on record, while inflation-adjusted exports of consumer goods are the largest ever. Now, the seasonally adjusted trade deficit with China has narrowed down to its second smallest since 2009. In the third quarter of 2025, real exports grew by 4.1%, an annual rate, and imports fell by around 5%, adding about 1% to real GDP growth. So you have the Fed dropping down the rates by 0.25%. It's a game that is going in the right direction, but too late Jerome Powell is exactly that, too late to the party, as President Trump delivers better terms for American workers, farmers, and manufacturers. November's deficit was cut by more than half compared to the same month last year, fueled by soaring tariff revenues. Now, President Trump is delivering on his commitment to level the playing field after decades of weak trade policies allowed foreign countries to flood our markets with their goods while shutting their own markets to our producers. This according to the White House. Since announcing his historic trade agenda in April, President Trump's use of tariffs has given him unprecedented leverage to secure new and improved trade deals with major U.S. trading partners covering more than half of global GDP, including the United Kingdom, European Union, Japan, China, Republic of Korea, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, the Philippines, Cambodia, El Salvador, Ecuador, Argentina, Guatemala, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein. So this is having a huge effect on the world, as we saw the red carpet rolled out for this president in the past 11 months, whether it be in the Gulf states of Saudi Arabia to Qatar to UAE to Europe, on his home turf, in a sense, being that he owns Trump Turnberry in Scotland, all the way to the Indo-Pacific with trips to Malaysia, focusing on Cambodia and Thailand and their trade agreements with the United States, but also peace between the two kingdoms. Japan with our military readiness and the partnership we share in the Indo-Pacific, and of course South Korea, with further trade and business deals for both great nations. Now, as President Trump pursues his bold commitment to an America First trade agenda, scores of companies have announced trillions of dollars in new investment as they onshore workers from foreign countries and create tens of thousands of new American jobs, positioning the U.S. as the dominant player for the jobs in the future. And this is all with President Trump ensuring a national policy framework for artificial intelligence as we look towards the future with technology that is changing rapidly in regards to not only law enforcement, but to the global economy. Now, with cut number one, Mr. Producer, Dems are ignoring violence throughout the country. For years, Democrats ignoring violent and vicious crime of all shapes, sizes, colors, and types. Violent criminals who should have been locked up were allowed to attack again. Democrats were also far too happy to let in the worst from the worst countries so they could rip off American taxpayers. And Democrats only think there is one crime, not voting for them. Instead of protecting Americans and their tax dollars, Democrats chose instead to prosecute anyone they can find that wanted safe and secure elections. Democrats have been relentless in their targeting of Tina Peters, a patriot who simply wanted to make sure that our elections were fair and honest. This is sitting in a Colorado prison for the crime of demanding honest elections. Today, I am granting Tina a full pardon for her attempts to expose voter fraud in the rigged 2020 presidential election. So big news coming from this White House regarding just that, as President Trump wants merit-based immigration and legal immigration with those Trump gold cards. So in turn, as that is becoming active and live, $1 million to buy into this country, $2 million to keep your employee in this country, reforming green cards and the visa program as we currently know it, which should in turn give lots of help to Homeland Security forums like this with Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who bears the brunt of the responsibility of keeping America safe, along with Border Czar Tom Homan, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and FBI Director Kash Patel. Now, there's been some fake news reports out there that President Trump allegedly losing his confidence in Ms. Noem. Nothing could be further from the truth, and that has been from the Secretary's comments in committee, also out there in the field, but also President Trump saying that he is very happy with the direction so much of this is going, with nearly 2.5 million illegal migrants leaving the United States, whether by force or by a willingness to leave and then come back. There has been an incentive given by this government to do it the right way. And if you want to come back in, but you came in illegally initially, but you've tried to be a contributing member to society, go do it the right way. And stipends have been given out in the form of government subsidies to help with that, as that continues to happen here in America. 600,000 being detained in the process since President Trump taking office. So some major wins there. But you have some outlets out there like the Wall Street Journal with cut number 2, who will present crazy stories out there. There are nothing further from the truth. And the Wall Street Journal has another ridiculous story out today that China is dominating us and the world on the production of electricity having to do with artificial intelligence. They're simply wrong as usual. Every AI plant being built in the United States is building its own electric generating facilities. The approvals are being given carefully, but very quickly, a matter of weeks, in fact. Any excess electricity being produced is going to our electric grid, which is being strengthened and expanded for other purposes than AI, like never before. In other words, AI has far more electricity than they will ever need because they are building the facilities that produce it themselves. We are leading the world in artificial intelligence by far because of a gentleman named Donald John Trump. And the truth is proof is in the pudding, as my former congressman used to say, in really an entire year, less than a calendar year of wins with 8 wars solved, including Russia and Ukraine truly on that brink. It's been difficult, and President Trump has said, I will walk away if these two, Zelensky and Putin, cannot come to an agreement. We'll continue to watch that very closely. Now, as we gather for the holiday season, Hanukkah starting on Monday, Christmas in a couple of weeks, of course, the Advent season underway on this feast day of Our Lady of Guadalupe, a big celebration, especially in Latin America and in Spanish-speaking communities here in the United States. We are mindful that it's still cold and flu season. So even though this allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN loves the holidays as much as we do, we recognize that togetherness might lead to a sickness or two. Well, fortunately, they have off-label generics that are life-saving and can be delivered to your door in a matter of moments. 10% off your must-have medications this holiday season using code RSBN10, RSBN10. It's 10% off now. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for Tamiflu, antibiotics, ivermectin, and much, much more, including NAD+, methylene blue, hydrochloroquine, emergency medical kits, all there for you. Again, 300 plus available on the docket. No red tape, no bureaucracy. Simply the life-saving medications reviewed by a licensed U.S. doctor and brought directly to your door within days of ordering. Yes, you do need a pharmaceutical note, but no insurance, no hassle, no problem. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Also, thank you to Monetary Gold for wealth and security preservation. Scott Cheney's team is outstanding, and as a senior portfolio manager, he can help walk you through everything needed here to grab your complimentary presidential gold guide today and look at options to diversifying your retirement savings, pensions, income, everything you worked hard for. Call today, 888-617-7994. Ask how you can eliminate your annual IRA fees permanently for life. RSBNforthegold.com. That's RSBNforthegold.com. Call immediately to discover how you can grab that presidential gold guide today, 888-617-7994. Thank you to Kalshi.com/RSBN. Who will be Time's Person of the Year? Will that be Elon Musk? Will it be AI as a whole? What about Jensen Huang or Sam Altman? Perhaps President Donald John Trump himself, who won the inaugural FIFA World Cup Peace Award for the accomplishments this year in world peace and advancing that grand mission. Will the Georgia Bulldogs bark their way back into the national championship on January 19th? Will my Chicago Bears make it to the Super Bowl and do what they did 40 years ago? Win big. We could use another Super Bowl shuffle. It's Kalshi.com/RSBN for everything in sports, politics, culture, and much, 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 much more. Kalshi.com/RSBN. You might as well trade on the greatness of America, and you can have fun with that right there on every single question affecting you inside and outside of the Beltway. As we are close to a quick speech from the great Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, at the Homeland Security Defense Forum right there at the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center, a gorgeous building right along Pennsylvania Avenue, not very far, really a stone's throw away from the White House. Well, you might need an arm like a Jordan Love, and I can't believe I'm quoting or citing the Green Bay Packers quarterback, but you're going to need a big arm to throw that. But anywho, this will be one of the finest forums that you can catch all week. We'll take a quick commercial break in the meantime for sponsors. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. In 2 hours from now, President Trump to perform a bill signing at 3 o'clock Eastern. Stay tuned for that on this very stream. In the meantime, you're looking at a live shot of the Homeland Security and Defense Forum in Washington, D.C. at the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center. There we will see Secretary Kristi Noem of the Department of Homeland Security. We're looking forward to her thoughts on the week and that committee hearing just yesterday on a various amount of topics, mostly including her agents in the cities dealing with violent crime throughout America. And we've seen on a grand scale how violent crime going down, specifically within the city of Chicago, around 16% since the federal government's involvement when it came to violent crime, and 32% less of carjackings, amongst other major key points to making the city safer. But of course, we have seen some horrendous stories there, including an individual who was released by a judge who should not have been released. He had a rap sheet longer than most, pouring gasoline over this poor girl and literally lighting her on fire as she was waiting for the L train. If you remember that story from Thanksgiving, a terrible situation. Our friend William J. Kelly in Chicago covering that and being picked up by the great Daily Caller as well, a friend of ours in Washington, D.C., as he has to deal with asking the questions of Democrat leaders like Brandon Johnson, who have failed their city, who have tried to take credit for what the federal government has been able to do to come in to places like Chicago and actually make it safer, actually supporting the state and local law enforcement on the ground. And the scary thing is now, especially with the emergence of AI and all of the benefits that will bring, we have to watch very closely videos that are out there, and this week circulating, of what looked to be an NYPD police officer. You could tell from the badge. Some people have asked me, not that I'm an expert in AI, but how can I tell if it's a fake video? Well, the badge had all of this gibberish on it. It looked like a New York Police Department officer's badge, but the writing, it clearly was not that. Yelling allegedly at ICE agents that this is my jurisdiction, stay away from my residence. That was simply artificial intelligence. And as these things get more advanced, as they continue to communicate with one another, continue to create their own languages, as we're seeing in Grok 4, then we really have to know who we are as people and what we're viewing and watching to get to the bottom of the truth there. And it makes our job in the media even more important to get the truth out there for you, the American people, to make sure that people do not fall or succumb to the lies that are out there with people that might have a different agenda. Now, as we look, this week was a very big economic focus, $12 billion going to farmers for assistance on the ground. Many of those great farmers from around the country, including right here in Alabama, there with President Trump in the cabinet room in the West Wing. Also with that, President Trump's trip to Mount Pocono, where the White House stating that President Trump being in Pennsylvania, welcoming back America, and we are just getting started. He returned to Pennsylvania this week, rallying a packed house in Mount Pocono to celebrate the remarkable turnaround his administration has engineered in just short of 11 months, halting Biden's runaway inflation, driving gas prices down, restoring real wage growth for American workers, and delivering the largest tax cuts in American history. But President Trump was equally clear about the scale of the mess he inherited after 4 years of the Biden-era recklessness, plunging the nation into economic catastrophe and the work ahead to fully repair the damage and usher in the greatest era of prosperity our nation has ever known. And big papers actually showcasing this on the front pages of their local news. We saved America. Trump touts economy as in the Poconos as Democrats push back on the economic agenda. At a Pennsylvania rally, Trump talks economy, a third term, even Saquon Barkley, the great running back for the Philadelphia Eagles. Here are some other key quotes and moments from President Trump's speech. Since my inauguration, we've created nearly 60,000 new Pennsylvania jobs, including 4,000 Pennsylvania manufacturing jobs, more than 40,000 in fact. Pennsylvanians have lifted off of food stamps. We've secured commitments of nearly $100 billion of investments directly in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. As we thank angelpaste.com, a great sponsor at the network. Enjoy the miracle cream that is the vitamin B infused original of this fine company's, non-GMO, no chemicals. Also the orange option infused with vitamin C, non-GMO, no chemicals. Also, there's a natural facial spray. So this is Christian owned. They hire veterans, and they're out of Spring, Texas, right off that Gulf of America, a great place to live in the Houston Metroplex. Experience the miracle today that is angelpaste.com. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. A great gift for a stocking stuffer, and a really wonderful gift for a follow-up from that Miracle Cream stocking stuffer is covepure.com/RSBN. As you can see, no bigger than your coffee maker that is perhaps on your kitchen counter. With the reverse osmosis technology known as Clearwave technology, removing 99.9% of the pesticides, the fluoride, the toxins out of your drinking water. As you can see there with the model, it goes very hot, very quick, very cold, very quick, very lukewarm, very quick. So whatever temperature water you are needing, especially if you're a tea drinker this time of year, I have some tea with me right now, actually. You don't have to wait for the stove to heat up and the steeping to take place. It happens immediately. Also, with the lead poisoning that took place in Flint, Michigan, and these failed Democrat cities that cannot take care of their infrastructure, it's more imperative than ever to protect what matters most, including that legislation that Utah and Florida also put into place with their governors Spencer Cox and Ron DeSantis, respectively, signing those bills into law. So drink pure, live pure. Get the holiday sale, $250 off right now. covepure.com/RSBN. Also great to buy for those who really don't know what they want for Christmas, or if they're renting because there's no tubes needed, there's no cutting holes, there's no bringing over the plumber and then paying fines for making a mess in your apartment. covepure.com/RSBN. The holiday sale, $250 off right now. Scan that QR code today. Drink pure, live pure. It's covepure.com/RSBN. As we await Secretary Kristi Noem moments away at the Homeland Security and Defense Forum. We'll again take a quick commercial break for sponsors and be right back with you here on the right side of history.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door. Under Joe Biden, the real wages plummeted by $3,000 a year, and that really put law enforcement to the back of the ropes. And we'll hear from Kristi Noem momentarily regarding all the accomplishments this past year, live from the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center at the Homeland Security and Defense Forum. But we're also covering President Trump's quotes from Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania this past week. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has already seen their wages increase by more than $1,300, and that's in just a few months. For construction workers, it's $1,800 up versus $3,800 down under Joe Biden. For miners, their wages went up $3,300. We're right now drilling more oil than we ever done before, ever before, in fact. The gas prices are way down. It was reported that 4 states are under $1.99, including Colorado. They are at $1.69. So really chump change these days. So that's kind of nice to have out there. It's under $2.50 here in the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama. Rent prices are down right now. Dairy prices are coming down very strongly. The cost of Thanksgiving turkeys was down by 33% compared to the Biden era high that existed. We're also putting thousands of dollars into the pockets of hardworking Pennsylvanians with the largest tax cuts in American history. That's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. And if you remember that great rally back in September of last year in Tucson, Arizona, that's where President Trump made that announcement. We were there for that and then took a nice drive up to Viva Las Vegas for another rally as we look forward to President Trump hitting the road once again in 2026 with all of these brand new maps. And Indiana, the Senate saying no to that right now, and we might see some primaries from MAGA land coming into the crossroads of America. But with North Carolina, Texas, all changing their maps, California attempting it, that being held up in court with Prop 50, it's sure to be quite the competition for the House and the Senate. President Trump also stating in Pennsylvania, before I entered office, 100% of all new net jobs were going to migrant workers. Since I took office, 100% of all new net job creation has gone to American citizens. More Americans are working today than at any other time in the history of our country. Another key part of the tax cuts is known as Trump accounts. This is very exciting if you happen to have young children or are starting your family in the next year or so, or even in the past year. Under this new program, the federal government will be creating an investment savings account for every single newborn American child with $1,000 to be invested and to grow over the course of their life. It's like a trust fund for every American child. Under Obamacare, trillions of dollars were given directly to health insurance companies, and I want to give billions of dollars directly to the people. We want you to go out and buy your own health insurance. For the first time in 50 years, we now have reverse migration, which means more jobs, better wages, and higher income for American citizens, not for illegal aliens. If you don't share our values, President Trump stating that if you do not want to contribute to our economy and assimilate into our society, then we don't want you to come into our country. Together, we're repairing 4 years of disaster by the radical left Democrats in Congress and by Biden. After just 10 months, our border is secure, our spirit is strong and restored, inflation stopped, wages are up, prices are down, and America is back. And many local papers, including the Pennsylvania Capital Star in Harrisburg, PA, Trump delivers a simple message on affordability in battleground Pennsylvania congressional district. According to WNEP TV in Scranton, Pennsylvania, President Trump speaks on affordability, inflation in his first visit to Monroe County, including WBRE TV in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. President Trump rallies crowd at Mount Airy Casino in the Poconos. This will continue to be quite the battleground into the next year, as many congressmen and Senator Rich McCormick on hand for that extraordinary event, as we continue to cover inside and outside of the Beltway with truth number 3, Mr. Producer. President Trump did inherit that mess. There's no question about that, as he's trying to reverse this with his extraordinary cabinet. I inherited a mess from the Biden administration, the worst inflation in history and the highest prices our country has ever seen. In other words, affordability just 13 months ago was a disaster for the American people, but now it's totally different. Prices are coming down fast. Energy, oil, and gasoline are hitting 5-year lows. And the stock market today just hit an all-time high. Tariffs are bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we are respected as a nation once again. When will I get credit for having created, with no inflation, perhaps the greatest economy in the history of our country? When will people understand what is happening? When will polls reflect the greatness of America at this point in time and how bad it was just 1 year ago? And I think that's why President Trump likely to take to the streets of America come 2026 and really explain and sell this idea that the local focus has been laser looked at with a global awareness and reshaping the scales of the global economy. It's truly not the end of globalization, but the conquering of it with an America First agenda that puts the Chinese Communist Party back on the ropes. They can't outmaneuver President Trump with the 4D chess. And that's what we've seen with negotiated deals in regards to NATO, how much these countries pay into it, nearly everyone taking that 5% pledge outside of Spain. And President Trump said, well, they'll be tariffed. There will be a way that they will make up for that as they've taken advantage of the United States. New deals with the European Union totaling $800 billion, including gas and oil ventures that are scaling up to around $160 billion. That was the big problem that I have brought up many times throughout the course of the calendar year. The Auto Penn administration canceling the Keystone Pipeline, even the former communist Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of the 51st state, Canada, really, I meant to say governor there, but he was begging President Biden to please, 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 Mr. President, keep this pipeline open so that Canadian jobs can thrive and flourish as well. The question is, why did he cancel that and then give the go-ahead and blessing to Nord Stream 2, which then the Russians had unbridled access to German and European markets, and then that in part led to the invasion of Ukraine. So this America First MAGA policy, making the world better and safer and bringing former foes together as something larger from the Abraham Accords. Let's go there live to the Homeland Security Forum with Christine Noem.
And it is my great privilege to welcome to the stage Kim Lynch. She is the Executive Vice President for Homeland Defense and Intelligence at Oracle Corporation, and she has the honors of introducing our special guest. Let's give Kim a warm welcome.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you all for being here. It is so great to be among so many of the Homeland Security distinguished leaders and all of you who are working on such a critically important mission for our country. So thank you for being here. And we at Oracle appreciate just being here amongst all of you. I have the distinct honor of introducing this afternoon's keynote speaker. Prior to being named Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, the Honorable Kristi Noem served as South Dakota's 33rd governor and was reelected in 2022 with the largest vote total in South Dakota history. During her time as governor, she strongly supported strict border enforcement and actively backed statewide drug enforcement efforts with connections to cross-border crime. Now, as the Secretary of Homeland Security, she has led a historic effort to secure the southern border, delivering on President Trump's pledge and enhancing security to all Americans. It is my sincere pleasure to welcome to the stage the Honorable Kristi Noem.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and visit with all of you and wear my tennis shoes. It's been a busy week, and I'm just so grateful to get the chance to discuss our Homeland Security mission, and thank you for all of your partnerships. You have just been absolutely incredible in working with us to fulfill our mission each and every day. For 22 years, know that this organization and its members have facilitated safety of the American people each and every day, and you bring together experts and industry leaders and innovators to do so. I want to give a special thanks to Megan as well for her leadership as the executive director here at the Homeland Security and Defense Forum. She has been here for 13 years and has led with excellence. I also want to thank our acting deputy commissioner, I don't know if he's still here, John Modlin, who's here with CBP, our El Paso sector interim chief patrol agent, Walter Slozer, who also is speaking with you today, maybe already has, and then David as well, who is a former CBP acting commissioner. So grateful for them and their leadership and sharing their expertise and wisdom with all of you. We know that a secure homeland is important not only because of our duty to protect the American people, but also because it's important to ensure that our country remains prosperous. And that's how industry can thrive. I know what it's like to run a business. I'm a farmer and rancher from South Dakota, which you probably know, but also ran several other businesses, including a restaurant, a hunting lodge, and different entities with my family over the years, had the opportunity to serve in Congress and then as governor before I had this position. But that experience all comes to play when it comes to making decisions not only on safety and security, but also how to do so in a way that's accountable to the American taxpayer. So what does the Trump administration under President Trump's leadership want? What do they want to do as far as building partnerships with all of you? What are our goals? And that is what I'm here to discuss with you today. The President wants a country where our citizens can live in peace, where business is booming and opportunity abounds for all of those who play by the rules and follow the law. Today, I'm happy to tell you that President Trump is indeed making America safe again. And I think all of you know that from what you see out on our streets and in our communities today. And he's setting records and breaking records in the process. When President Trump returned to office, one of our top priorities was getting the Department of Homeland Security back on track. As you know, in many situations, our law enforcement officers weren't allowed to do their jobs. People and departments and components under our umbrella were off mission and were not doing the duty that they needed to protect America. For 4 years, the Biden administration pulled DHS and other vital parts of our national security away from our core missions. There's no clearer example than the disastrous open border policies that we saw perpetuated and the invasion which was facilitated by the administration. They brought crime and violence and unprecedented drugs to our communities. Terrorists flooded our country, and countless citizens of adversarial countries waltzed right over our border. Customs and Border Protection was prevented from doing its job, and worse, they were used many times to funnel aliens in as quick as possible. President Trump has put an end to that, delivering the most secure border in American history. In fact, we've just reached our 7th month of 0 illegal aliens released into our streets. Border crossings are down over 93% year over year. Meanwhile, we're removing illegal aliens who came in under the Biden administration. By the end of this year, 2.5 million illegal aliens will have left our country. That includes over 600,000 that were detained and deported, but 1.9 million virtually have left voluntarily through our communication efforts, through the efforts of facilitating plane tickets, and also $1,000 reimbursements for those who choose to go home voluntarily with the opportunity to come back the right way someday. We have seen an incredible amount of interest in fixing things that have been done wrong in the past. As a result, we have also deterred countless would-be border crossings from entering into our country. DHS, as you know, was founded after 9/11. It was founded to put all of the government agencies and components under one umbrella to fight terrorism and to protect the homeland. And that's exactly what we're doing under President Trump. From January to November of this year, ICE alone arrested and removed over 1,100 known or suspected terrorists that were on our terrorist watch list from January through November. And we're driving that number up every day. That is not counting the individuals that were arrested and encountered by other agencies or departments. President Trump has designated many cartels and gangs, other criminal groups such as foreign terrorist organizations, and designating them under that allows us to go after those killers with more tools than we've ever had before. Through our Homeland Security Task Forces, which I co-lead alongside our Attorney General Pam Bondi, DHS is working with other departments as well as our international partners and organizations to crack down on cartels and terrorists and other transnational criminal organizations. Since late August, the Homeland Security Task Force has seized more than 461 metric tons of drugs and millions of dollars in assets. Last weekend, CBP under the Homeland Security Task Force stopped nearly 6,000 pounds of meth from coming into the country from San Diego at a port of entry. And that bust would not have happened without the robust security that we have at the border. The bottom line is that we're driving the cartels out of business, and we're ending an industry that profits off of the deaths of millions of Americans. Fentanyl traffic across our border at the southern border is down 56%, and that means that fewer families will have to live with the pain of losing a loved one. We're taking the fight to make America safe again to our enemies, and we're going after them on the high seas as well. We know that our maritime borders need to be defended, and since January, the U.S. Coast Guard has seized enough cocaine to kill 177 million Americans. That's 2/3 of our country's population. By keeping criminals and terrorists and drugs out of our country, we're saving American lives. And we're sparing American families from the pain of illegal alien crime and the heartache of drug addiction and fentanyl poisoning. But we know that our threats are ever evolving, and that's why you're here, and that's why I'm grateful you made it a priority to be here today. We need the improved technology, the intelligence, and the expertise that you bring to the table to stay ahead of our enemies. Thanks to the big, beautiful bill, we have funding that we can make sure that the Department of Homeland Security has what we need to get equipped to prepare for the future. We focus on merit. We're ensuring that we get the best products so that we can keep the American people as safe as possible. And as a result of everything that we've been doing, Americans are getting back to work after years of illegal aliens taking their jobs and flooding our market and using those resources to support other entities besides American families. In the first 8 months of the Biden administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born workers. In the same period under President Trump, 100% of American jobs went to American-born workers. Overall, that's more than 2.5 million Americans that went back into the workforce. Now, as President Trump continues to stand up for our citizens and prosperity on the global stage, he also is working to enforce American tariffs. CBP is responsible for implementing and for enforcing all tariffs, and in January, CBP has collected $1 billion from tariffs, taxes, and fees. And what there actually are and what we are utilizing them for is a negotiating tactic. They serve as a stick, so to be, to bring people to the table. And if a company or a country doesn't like tariffs, a simple solution exists. Invest in America. Meet our demands. Meet our safety protocols. You won't regret it, you won't have any tariffs, and we want to do business with you if we do it the right way. And we will rely on our international relationships and partnerships to keep our country safe. As President Trump's DHS Secretary, it's been an absolute honor every single day to get up and to have a purpose of safety and security with the United States and be able to negotiate with our international partners. And since January, we have secured, under the Department of Homeland Security, over 30 international agreements that don't just tighten our security operations, but they also help us with travel, and 17 of those I have personally signed with our international leaders. For example, the biometric data sharing partnership agreements that we've signed with countries in the Western Hemisphere have allowed us to identify threats to the United States and to the region. And these data exchanges have allowed us to better understand the movement of bad actors in the hemisphere and identify them if they come to the United States. Many of you have the technology and the innovation to help us do that even better. And among those that we have identified, we have found nearly 100 known and suspected terrorists just from those agreements that we've signed in the last several months. America is not just a nation that is important, but it also needs to refocus on being the Arctic nation that it is, and we have been since the 1850s. Under President Trump, we're finally acting like it. We need to revamp our shipbuilding industry to revitalize the Coast Guard to help defend it. And last month, I hosted the ministers from Canada and Finland here in D.C. to continue our icebreaker collaboration effort, our ICE Pact, to strengthen our maritime capabilities, to rebuild America's shipbuilding industry, and to increase our presence in the Arctic region to deter our adversaries. ICE Pact brings together the governments of our countries, our three nations, and it brings private industry in from all three countries. I'm sure you've read and heard about what that really has done to establish the shipping industry here in the United States. For example, the Canadian shipbuilder Davies has pledged over $1 billion to acquire and to modernize the American shipyard assets in Texas for the production of icebreakers right here in the United States. 2 multi-purpose icebreakers are proposed for construction in Finland by the American-owned Bollinger Shipyards and the Canadian-owned company of Seaspan. And working with the Department of Labor, we've deployed millions of dollars in grant programs to create the International Shipbuilding Fellowship, which will fund opportunities for American workers to travel to Finland, to learn from them and their expertise, and to bring that skill set back here at home to deploy. We're doing all of that because the American people deserve the security, they deserve the prosperity, and the future that will come from it. And we need groups like you to make it happen. You are the innovators. You see the challenges that are coming and you help us tackle them with your expertise and your knowledge. You create the solutions that propel us forward, and you don't give up until you do. And that's really what the American spirit is. It's what drives us forward as a nation. We're all doers, and we always have been. As my dad raised us, he told us we don't complain about things, we fix them. And I want to thank you for being here today to help us do exactly that. That's exactly how our ancestors carved 13 colonies out of an unforgiving wilderness. It's how we tamed the Wild West, it's how we founded a nation, and it's how we landed on the moon. That spirit that built America is what made us great, and we need a lot more of it. What do we need from industry? We need your technology. We need your wisdom, your expertise. We need agility. We need you to be quick and fast and deploy. Under the Department of Homeland Security, I have personally reviewed over 9,000 contracts myself to ensure that they're not only the correct contracts we should be signing as far as deploying resources, but to do it quickly and be accountable to taxpayers. Know that when you work with us, that it will meet a need that we have to secure the homeland, but also that it will be something that is appropriate and correct, will be evaluated, and will be deployed at an efficiency to the taxpayer. We have saved over $13 billion at the department just by reviewing and renegotiating contracts, making sure that we're doing the right thing and stretching every single dollar as far as we can to take care of people and to keep them safe. We need your new solutions to meet the threats of tomorrow so that we can build an America where we can protect America and where we can uphold the principles and the law for which it was founded. If you care about all of that, and if you want to be a part of the team and continue to help us, gosh, that would be absolutely fantastic. We need you. We face more threats than we ever have before, not just from enemies that are here within our borders, but from those far beyond. Not just from individuals, but from groups, cartels, terrorists, and even other countries that wish to take America out. Our threats are great, but our people are even greater. And I want to thank you for all that you do to help us to achieve safety, but also hope and happiness here for our families that live here. So I just want to thank you all for being here, for what you do, for loving this country, and may God bless you for partnering with us in new ways each and every day. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to visit with all of you. And with that, I will yield back, but does anybody have any questions? I'll take a couple questions before I leave if you've got some. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
We have a contract on your desk right now to review.
We're going to negotiate a contract right here today. I love it.
I want to know what we're going to do to improve and quickly put in place AI-enabled surveillance on our borders to improve the false alarm rate, which is very, very high right now and causing a lot of pain to the folks in the field who need this.
Yeah, as you know, we had a plan under Trump 45 to build the wall, and the wall is not just an infrastructure of a primary wall. There's a secondary wall and the technology and surveillance equipment that actually goes with it as well. And as we do that, and this is the largest project that's ever been undertaken, I believe, in the world, to build an infrastructure project of this magnitude. And having the right technology to tell us when there is a threat at that border is important, but also we need to know when it's not a threat and it's something else. So your contract, I don't know the specific one, but I will go look at it. It's not on my desk yet because I just cleared my desk this afternoon. But I will. But that is one thing that we need, is not just technology, but technology that's reliable, that gives us the correct information we need to keep people safe. So we have already done the many contracts to deploy and building of the border, but we are going to continue to allocate those. I think we have put those out faster from the OB3 funding than ever done before as far as the contracting process has gone, but we'll continue to ensure that those systems get installed and online as soon as possible. What else? She shut it down, didn't she? With the yes, sir. Last one, and then I better let you get back to business.
Ma'am, not a question, but I'm not going to speak for everybody here, but for me, just want to say keep it up.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Well, God bless you. You have a wonderful day. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, a thank you goes a long way, especially with the stress that our Border Patrol, our Homeland Security agents, and state and local forces are under to make America safe again. As we thank allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. They cherish this time of year. So do we. The togetherness with family, friends, and faith that warms the cold temperatures this holiday season. But that togetherness can lead to sickness. Cold and flu season is upon us and ticks up a bit in January or February. And as we spoke with Michael Kunzler yesterday, the co-owner of this fine company, Tamiflu, hard to get in the new year. So stock up now with Tamiflu, antibiotics, ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, NAD+, methylene blue, and much more. 300+ essential medications and emergency medical kits right there for you at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. 10% off of the must-have medications this holiday season. Use code RSBN10 for all of those as soon as possible, with no red tape, no bureaucracy, no insurance needed, only a pharmaceutical note that will lead to a U.S. licensed doctor reviewing your order. He can get you those life-saving medications that are off-label, generic, and that most pharmacies down the street from you probably just don't have, including ivermectin. I know mine doesn't. So great to get stocked up this time of year, and you could travel with them on the road. Code RSBN10 for 10% off your order today at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And thank you to Monetary Gold for wealth security preservation. Call today. Do not delay. It's 888-617-7994. Ask how you can eliminate your annual IRA fees permanently for life, or visit rsbnforthegold.com. TVOS.com, with the BRICS nations divesting from the American dollar and the dollar itself losing 40% of its purchasing power over the course of the last 2 decades. What are you to do with the assets, the retirement, the pensions, everything you worked so hard for? Well, diversify it with gold and silver, tangible metals you can hold in your hands, whether it's purchasing the first property or creating generational wealth for your family. Whatever your financial goals are, Scott Cheney's team can sit down with you and make a specific plan for you today. 888-617-7994, RSBN forthegold.com. Do not let the IRA fees scare you from that. And something important to do today, and breaking news just in, Governor J.B. Pritzker signing an assisted suicide bill. It's really unbelievable. It's happening in the state of Illinois, now the 12th state to allow some form of that. So we're watching closely that story. And again, really amazing to take medical advice from an individual who clearly is not necessarily of knowledge when it comes to health. This is also an individual who literally shut down the entire state, as many blue governors and mayors did in their respective cities, with a staged out program as his family enjoyed their southern Wisconsin horse farm and big grand trips down to Florida. It's an amazing double standard, but the liberal privilege Don Jr. wrote about just years ago in a book, another good one to get for a stocking stuffer nearly a decade ago, highlighting just how ridiculous the far left is. As President Trump to perform a bill signing at 3 o'clock today. Stick with us here. The stock market is high with cut number 4, Mr. Producer. President Trump putting out there that the stock market is at an all-time high. When will the fake polls show that I'm doing a great job on the economy and much more? Thank you. As he puts it, very precise, and puts it out there to the American people to see where he stands on a plethora of issues. Truth Social, a great tool for that. We'll take a quick commercial break for sponsorships here. Stay on the right side of history as we are with you on this Friday, December 12th.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. At 3 o'clock, President Trump to participate in a bill signing ceremony. We will take you there live for that as your go-to live desk, focused on everything inside and outside of the Beltway. And just moments ago, we saw Secretary Kristi Noem not far from the White House at the Ronald Reagan International Trade Building just down the street on Pennsylvania Avenue, a gorgeous building, in fact, focused on the Homeland Security Conference there and addressing the amazing work that her team is doing to consolidate law enforcement agencies. Of course, DHS began post 9/11 for groups to communicate together from local, state, and federal law enforcement. We know that terrible day in New York City, the fire department and the police department had a hard time communicating. And in the Bush 43 administration, they attempted to consolidate that so communications would get stronger and better, in addition to having less rivalries. But nothing's been done better than during this Trump administration to ensure just that on the ground. And the honest governors and mayors out there were able to cite that with the way things changed. In Virginia, in fact, Governor Glenn Youngkin stating earlier in the year it's night and day between the Biden and Trump administration in regards to law enforcement and stopping deadly fentanyl trafficking that you heard from the secretary could kill up to 177 million Americans, nearly a third of the country, if not more. And that's why it's so important to stop these narco traffickers and these drug boats, as it seems as if Democrats more interested in protecting those illegal aliens and those who would do us harm in this country rather than protecting the American citizen. Now, President Trump, in case you missed it, with so much news this week, announcing a presidential delegation to the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. So they are on the Ivory Coast in Africa, in West Africa there, and the inauguration of His Excellency Alassane Dramane Ouattara. President Trump announcing this week that his designation, a presidential delegation, will visit the Ivory Coast and attend the presidential inauguration of His Excellency Mr. Ouattara, the President of the Republic of, again, Côte d'Ivoire, a very beautiful name for that country. The Honorable Jacob Hellberg, Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy, and Environment at the United States Department of State, will lead the delegation. Those members will include the Honorable Jessica Davis, the United States Ambassador to the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, also the Honorable Dan Negria, United States Representative to the United Nations Economic and Social Council, Mr. William Stevens, Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of African Affairs at Department of State, Ms. Sarah Troutman, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of African Affairs at the United States Department of State, Brigadier General Iro R. Kiravuri, the United States Africa Command Deputy Director for Strategy, Plans, and Programs at the Department of War, and Ms. Victoria Miller, the Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Economic Growth, Energy, and Environment at the United States State Department. So we look forward to that celebration, as we are very excited to thank mypillow.com/RSBN, all led by the newest gubernatorial candidate out there in Minnesota, Mr. Mike Lindell, announcing yesterday that he is jumping in the race. Please use promo code RSBN for supporting not only Mike Lindell, but Right Side Broadcasting Network and mypillow.com/RSBN. 80% off this holiday season. A Merry Christmas from Mike Lindell and his team at MyPillow. All the way up, great American-made products right here at home in the great state of Minnesota. Over 2,000 options, in fact. And for a better night's sleep, for a earlier and more relaxing morning, or a way to get you going in the morning, there's My Coffee, the free and fair trade, one of my favorites out there. The My Slippers, nice and comfy to My Pillow 1.0, 2.0, those Giza Dream Sheets from the Mediterranean, produced here in America, and the original My Sheets. So many great, comfortable, amazing options there at mypillow.com/RSBN. Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/RSBN. Settle those back taxes today. Protect yourself from the IRS as soon as possible. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN, tnusa/RSBN. And these great patriots, many of them accountants, many of them having worked for the IRS, they know a thing or two, whether you missed April 15th, October 15th, whatever the delay was for whatever reason. In some cases, some people starting new businesses and they get lost in the organization of all of it. They know how to handle these things and to protect yourself from the IRS today. tnusa.com/RSBN. If you like what you see or go to Live Desk, please feel free to donate to us here at the Right Side of History. You could do that by going to RSBN. You could text that to 801-801 or by visiting rsbnetwork.com/donate with images from the 2024 campaign. We're gearing up for 2026. It's going to be fun out there. I look forward to seeing all of your beautiful patriot faces across this land of ours. In addition to that, we have an address to send a check or money order, 1550, that's 1550, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. The loveliest village on the plains is Auburn, Alabama, 36830, 1550, Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Thank you for sponsoring us and supporting us here on the Right Side of History as we work to bring you unbridled access to your 45th and 47th President of the United States. We'll see him at 3 o'clock. The 50th Vice President, the First Lady, the Second Lady, their tremendous families, in addition to the 119th Congress with only 2 vacancies right now. We'll have one at the turn of the year with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning from the 14th District in Northwest Georgia, a gorgeous place to call home, Rome, Georgia, one of the finest cities outside of Atlanta. But with that as well, a narrow majority for Republicans going into the midterms. It's 220 and 213 right now. Again, 2 vacancies there. Texas 18, and Mikey Sherrill's district as she became governor of New Jersey, the Garden State. So we'll watch as those play themselves out. Texas 18, that'll be a difficult one. It's very, very Democrat, as Sylvester Turner, may God rest his soul, the former mayor of Houston, was a congressman and passed away earlier this year. And again, as I mentioned, the governor, Mikey Sherrill, abdicating the seat in that district there up in the Garden State. It's a Republican or Democrat plus 5 seats. So if it's under 10 points there could be an opportunity for a flip, pending turnout, fight, win. A lot of these close elections depend upon that, but President Trump is reported to, per Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, to do just that, treat this as a presidential election. So we look forward to all of that. In fact, we have some video from yesterday, a playback of President Trump. And if that's right, Mr. Producers, we can toss to that right now for you, your viewing pleasure at RSBN.
Everybody. What a nice group of Democrats. We have a lot of Democrats, and we welcome you. Honestly, we do. And I think we're going to start working together in health care. I really predict that. How are you? Boy, I see some very friendly faces. I see some faces that are friendly, but they could be friendlier. But I think we're going to do great. And we've got a lot of good things to happen. We know our First Lady, she works so hard on making this so beautiful. And the decorations, she's been given wonderful reviews for the trees and all of the Christmas decorations. So thank you very much. Thank you. So we have a very special Congresswoman with us, Julia Letlow. Where is Julia? And it was just announced, and in fact I just heard that she went to the dip room where she officially announced with a very handsome man her engagement. Okay, where is Julia? Julia, where are you? Come on up. Julia, that's a big deal. Come on, Julia, let's go, Julia. That's a big deal. That's bigger than, that transcends politics. Look at Julia. Oh, he's so lucky. He's the luckiest guy. He's a handsome guy, too. Congratulations, brother. Let me see that ring. a nice way. That's fantastic. You want to say something?
Oh, no, sir. Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
thank you so much. The best president of my entire life, the entire United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you. Great woman. He's got a great woman. It's a fantastic couple. Thank you very much. So I want to just welcome everybody to the White House. It's a very special tradition. And it's interesting because all other time, oh, look, I have my favorite congressman. How are you, Congressman? You know, it's very interesting because all other Christmas occasions, everyone's quiet. When there are all politicians in the room, they talk right through a speech, and that's okay. I don't mind that. But I want to welcome you all to the White House. It's an honor to have you. It's a special place. You know, for 150 years, they've been trying to do a ballroom. They never got it off, but we got it off. And in a very short period of time, like about a year and a half, you're going to have the best ballroom anywhere in the country, anywhere. It is special, and they're going to be able to, we'll be able to host this in a larger setting. However, it won't be the same. So I think we'll keep this the same way. But we really did. We had a fantastic turnout. We had 12 different parties, and they asked me to go to speak at every party. And I did. I spoke at every single party. Then they announced, because of the fact that they have so many people, it's 11 people to turn down for everyone that makes it. So it's a very good feeling. But I did 11. Then they said, sir, would you do 2 more? I did 2 more. And I said, did Biden do this too? I don't think so. I would love it if he did. It would have been very interesting. But we have a lot of things happening. We have a congressional ball. We have so many different, but what we're really here to celebrate is Christmas. So I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, a very Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah. Whatever it may be, it's going to be happy, and we're going to have a fantastic year. We have a fantastic year coming up. You know, never in our country have we had investment like has taken place over the last 10 months. We have $18 trillion plus already, and I think by the end of the year it'll be over $20 trillion. That's more than any nation anywhere in the world at any time by quadruple. In the previous administration, just to give you a little fact, not to be hostile, but they had less than $1 trillion over 4 years. So we have 18. I think we'll have 20, but we have 18 over 10 months. So that's some number. And with that automatically comes jobs. And today, for the 52nd day, we hit an all-time stock market high. And that's great. And that means 401ks, that means a lot of things are happening. It means jobs. And I think when the real numbers start coming out and when the real pollsters start doing the polls, I think you're going to see some really fantastic numbers. And that's good for Republicans, frankly, and Democrats. I want to again, thank our First Lady for working so hard on this. She's done so well. It's the, let's see, she's done it 4 times. This would be the 5th time. And I would say this is the best, although I like the red trees. She got criticized for the red trees. Then I liked the white trees, and she was criticized for the white trees. Then I liked the green trees, and she got criticized, and she went back to green, and they love it. So I don't know what's going on. I think this is a little bit of a different administration maybe than the first. But I want to thank all of the great people in the room, both Democrat and Republican, who work so hard on behalf of our great nation. You're members of the greatest legislative body in the history of our country, history of the world, really. And we have the greatest nation anywhere in the world, and it's getting stronger, bigger, better. And I just want to thank you. Because sometimes we don't work together, but we come up with great ideas together, and that is true. So tonight, we're going to set aside all political differences. We're not going to criticize each other. We're going to love each other. And we're going to come together not as Democrats and Republicans, but as fellow Americans to give thanks for this nation, which is so great indeed. And it's a tremendous, I think it's a tremendous tribute that I think it really is. I think it's a tremendous tribute that so many Democrats have joined us tonight. High level, I know almost every single name on the list. It's a very impressive list, too, I must say. But let me also say a very special thanks to all of the spouses and loved ones here tonight. You make incredible sacrifices for us as politicians. I call myself now a politician. I never thought that was going to happen. I never thought that was going to happen, but it happened. But none of what we absolutely do, whatever, would be possible without you. And I want to thank my great wife, my great First Lady, for helping me. But every single one of you have been helped by your spouse. I want to also thank our really wonderful, great Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here. J.D., thank you. And Second Lady Usha Vance. Usha, thank you very much. Thank you, Usha. Also a man that a few of you might know, not very well, but you might know him. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Where's Mike? What a great job you're doing. What a great job. And most importantly, you have a wonderful, beautiful wife. Thank you very much. Say hello to the boys, okay? It's great to have you both. It's not easy to manage with a majority of 3. But we've been up to 7, and we sort of veer back and forth. But he's done a job, and he gets along very well with the Democrats. Sometimes I would say he gets along too well. That bothers me. We also have Senate Majority Leader John Thune here. Where's John? Where is John? One of the really good, he's a good, thank you. Oh, wow, look at him. See, he always gives the best location to others. Thank you, John. Thank you for everything. You've done a great job. It's not easy, John. It's not easy. Thank you very much. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Where is Steve? Where is Steve, Mr. Speaker? I'll tell you what, I always say he's got great courage because he got hit real hard. He got hit harder than I got hit. I got hit too, but I got a little, I have a throbbing feeling. He had much more than a throbbing feeling. In fact, I went to the hospital, and they actually thought he wasn't going to make it. His wife was devastated. She was crying. I tell the story. I found out that night you have a wife that loves you dearly. I know many wives would not even be crying. But your wife was absolutely a mess. She was crying. She was inconsolable, Steve. So we found that out, but he made it. And then he went about 4 months later. He could barely walk. He went and he played second base in the game between between you people, right? Republicans and Democrats. He could barely walk. He could barely stand. He was not going to be the great Bobby Richardson, all-star second baseman of the New York Yankees for 15 years. And this could only happen by God. A shot was hit to him so hard, I said, oh, no. And it went right at him. He fell to his knees, which was his only option because he couldn't bend. This was not a good-looking picture. He knocked down the ball, picked it up, could barely grab it, threw it to first base. The runner, who was actually a very good Democrat athlete, was out. And I said and I've told this, that was a miracle. That was a miracle. And then brilliantly, after one hitter, the manager took him out of the game. Because there was no way that he was going to outdo that one. So, Steve, it's great that you're here, and we love you, Steve, and you went through a lot. Majority Whip Tom Emmer, a fantastic guy with a fantastic spouse. Where's Tom? Tom is a great guy. I don't know what you're going to do about Minnesota. Where? Oh, there he is. He's a handsome devil, isn't he? With an unbelievable wife who puts up with a lot of stuff. She does not have an easy job, Tom. You are a difficult man. And Tom is very friendly with the Somalians. He's doing a great job. He's a big fan. He's a big fan of Somalia. Anyway, he said, please correct that. Anyway, thank you, Tom, very much. Thank you. He's a great guy. He's done a fantastic job, and we really appreciate it. And you have so many members of the House and the Senate, but I just want to thank a few of them, and I do mean it. I think it's fantastic that we're all here together tonight. We have cabinet members, and we have Marco is here. Scott Bessent is here. We got them all sort of here, every single one. I won't call them out because they're not names that are going to get huge applause from this very substantially Democrat audience. But you know what? They're working toward making America great again. It's very simple. We are making America great again. I saw it today on a somewhat leftish broadcast. They were saying, you know, whether you like it or not, these numbers are starting to get very good, and they are, and that's good for all of us. But during the season of joy and peace, we have so much to celebrate as a nation, because 1 year ago we really were. We were a country that was in serious trouble. There are those that say we were a country that was really not going to make it, and they were saying we were not going to make it. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. They're all saying it. Other leaders are saying it. The European nations are saying it. The European nations are reporting that your president might as well be the leader of the European nations also. They listen to us and they respect us like they've never respected us before. So we're going to work very hard. We get along with them. We want to get along with as many nations as we can. We've been ripped off by a lot of them for a lot of years. And frankly, a lot of the Democrats knew that better than some of the Republicans. But we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by friend and foe. And in many cases, friend was worse than foe, but not anymore. We have, I don't know if you noticed, the deficit was cut down by 64%. Nobody's ever heard of a number like that. You know why? A thing called tariffs. The tariffs are so big and so substantial. And it was just announced 2 weeks ago, the deficit's cut down by, nobody ever heard of a number like that. If the deficit goes down by 2%, it's like a great thing. The tariffs have reduced the deficit by 64%. Nobody has ever seen. And frankly, we haven't even started yet. It's given us strength. We've solved 8 wars. Think of it, 8 wars have been solved. Although Thailand and Cambodia, I think I'm going to have to make a couple of phone calls on Thailand, but we'll get that one back on track. But think of it, we've solved 8 wars. That's never happened. And more Americans are working today than ever before in the history of our country. We've never had anything like it. We have more Americans working today than at any time, by far, in the history of our country. And 100% of all new jobs have been created, 100% created in the private sector. I mean, that's a big factor, right, Virginia, right? Also, just announced, real wages are up for the typical worker by more than $1,000 a year. That's a record, $1,000 a year. And many of you in Congress worked very hard, both sides, this year to keep the promises that you were elected on and to deliver big wins for the American people. And Democrats worked very hard, too. I mean, I think you could get rid of a couple of your little policies like men and women's sports, open borders, transgender for everybody. But other than that, I like what you're doing. You passed the largest tax cuts in American history. We all did that. We passed the largest spending cuts in American history. And we have the largest regulation cuts by far in American history. All of these things we just passed. You passed the Lake and Riley Act to get criminal aliens off the streets so they don't kill our people, hurt our people, mug our people, slice up our people, which is what they did. They're not doing it so much because crime is way down. And you passed the Genius Act to unleash a new era of financial innovation. And on a bipartisan basis, working with a woman named Melania. Have you heard of Melania? But working with our great First Lady, you passed the Take It Down Act to protect our nation's youth from some horrible people. And I think, I'm not sure, this is hard to believe. I believe this is correct. It was just about a unanimous vote, to which I said, maybe you should be doing my job, because I don't get one vote. You know that did anybody vote against it? Even Rand Paul voted for it, right? Because Rand Paul's an automatic no vote. He's not a Democrat vote, but he's an automatic no. Everybody voted. I think it was just about unanimous. I can't believe it. She came home. I said, I heard you got a unanimous vote. Yeah, she looks at me like, what was the big deal? But that was a great thing that she did, and a great thing that all of you did. Very soon I'll hopefully be signing a National Defense Authorization Act that makes a historic investment in the United States military, which I think most people want to see. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you in the coming year to make our nation stronger, safer, wealthier, healthier. And I really believe we can work on healthcare together and come up with something that's going to be much better, much less expensive for the people, less expensive for our nation, but really most importantly, better and less expensive for the people. And we have an idea that rather than making these massive payments where their stocks went up 1,700% over a short period of time, the insurance companies, we make beautiful, big payments directly to the people, and they buy their own health insurance. And it's so good and so popular, and everybody wants it. And I think, frankly, a lot of the Democrats are going to want it too. It's been a very popular, ever since I uttered those words about a month ago, it's been very, very popular. So hopefully we can get that done together. So I want to just say in closing, you're going to have a fantastic evening. This food is unbelievable. The White House is known for great food, and it's better than that. And it's a great house. It's a special, special place. I've had a lot of nice houses, but I have to tell you, this house, it's just special. It's one of the reasons that every one of these events, all of them, are packed, sold out, waiting room. They're begging to come. People love the White House, and people love our country, and we love the Republicans, and we love the Democrats, so we love everybody else. We love everybody, especially tonight. Now, tomorrow I'll have to deny I ever said that, but that's okay. So I want to thank you. Maybe our First Lady would like to say something.
Good evening. Welcome to the White House. As the President said, our greatest triumph in my office, in the First Lady office in 2025 is Take It Down Act. I appreciate all of your support. I appreciate your overwhelmingly bipartisan support, and across the House and the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Johnson, and I hope you will be excited to support my new legislative initiative in 2026. Some of you already know about it because it's already in the works. Thank you very much. I wish you and your families a very happy and Merry Christmas and a healthy New Year. Thank you.
Well, I just heard about that for the first time. The only thing I can tell you, I know one thing for sure, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be great. It's going to be great for children. Okay? I don't know what it is she's doing, but I know it's going to be great for children because she loves children, and she's got a wonderful boy, and she's very proud of her boy, but she loves children, and if she puts it out, it'll be maybe unanimous again or whatever that was, but very close, unanimous again. I want to thank you all. Have a great Christmas, a great Hanukkah, and a fantastic year, but we're going to have a great 3 years, 4 years, 10 years. We're going to make it great. Our country is going to be strong, safe, rich. It's going to be great. We're going to make America great again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Home is where the heart is. That is the theme of Christmas at the White House 2025. And President Trump in extraordinary happiness and truly the comedian in chief. So we enjoy his comments. Even the Democrats in the room having a great time last night as we thank the wonderful allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, because all that togetherness, whether it be at the White House or at home with you, with family and friends coming and gathering together, you can get the cold or the flu. It's just that time of year. So stock up on Tamiflu, antibiotics, ivermectin, and much, much more. Hydrochloroquine, as well as NAD+, methylene blue to 300 plus essential medications, off-label generics, good for you and yours to have on stock in that medicine cabinet. You could take them on the road with you as well. RSBN 10 is the code. 10% off today. Scan the QR code there for life-saving options. No red tape, no bureaucracy, no insurance, no issue. Just a pharmaceutical note. Your order reviewed by a licensed U.S. doctor and sent to your door within days. Make sure you get this stocking stuffer. It's RSBN 10, the code to use today. 10% off your must-haves this holiday season at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you as well to Monetary Gold for Wealth and Preservation Securities. Grab that complimentary gold guide today, 888-617-7994. Ask how you can eliminate those annual IRA fees permanently and for life at rsbnforthegold.com. Call immediately to discover just how to do that. With the BRICS nations divesting from the American dollar, with 40% of its purchasing power being lost in 2 decades, the American dollar is not as strong as it once was. But gold and silver going up in a bull market. There's a reason why central banks buying up gold and silver as we speak. So this is not necessarily a luxury, but really mandatory for the diversification of everything you worked hard for, retirement savings to those pensions and your assets. RSBNforthegold.com. Call again at 888-617-7994. Scott Cheney, the portfolio manager, the senior portfolio manager, will do an exceptional job with his team to find the right plan for you. No size necessarily fits all shoes, so it's good to talk to this team there. And as President Trump said in 2016, what do you have to lose? Grab the presidential gold guide today. It's complimentary, and find your options at rsbnforthegold.com. Once you have those savings, you can trade and bet at kalshi.com/RSBN. Who will win the college football championship? We talked to Coach Tuberville, the great United States Senator for Alabama, running for governor, and his days regarding coaching football. He did such an extraordinary job at that. He had a couple of opinions on saying no to bowl games, but who's going to go to the big dance? Is it the Ohio State Buckeyes or Indiana, the Hoosiers, who upset them in the Big Ten championship, a Cinderella season, winning outright the first time a Big Ten championship in football since 1945. Will the Georgia Bulldogs bark their way back to the big dance? Will Jensen Wang be 2025's Time Person of the Year? All of those questions and more at kalshi.com/RSBN. Scan that QR code now. Trade on anything, and we'll have a lot of fun as we go into the 2026 of this golden age. President Trump optimistic about that, and the First Lady Melania Trump with her office highlighting really the celebration that is home is where the heart is. So a happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas to you, our dear viewers at home, as we anticipate President Trump to be at a bill signing ceremony today, and also today at the White House honoring the Miracle on Ice, the United States Olympic team from 1980. Al Michaels immortally stating those words, "Do you believe in miracles?" as the amateur team of the United States, a ragtag group of college players, defeated the Soviet Union in hockey in 1980 in Lake Placid, New York. A very famous scene and a wonderful movie made as a result of that. And it's a great time of year for that showcase on ice, especially in places like my hometown of Chicagoland and those Blackhawks who thrill on ice. So I hope you enjoyed that game as well. We wait for this. And our congratulations to Julia Letko, the Congresswoman from Louisiana 5th, as President Trump celebrating her engagement, as we are as well. So big celebrations there happening at the White House, as we just got recent word that President or Vice President Vance will be heading to Allentown, Pennsylvania. Some breaking news there. That will be on Tuesday, December 16th. The Vice President will visit Allentown, Pennsylvania, and deliver remarks celebrating President Trump's economic success and the administration's commitment to lower prices and bigger checks. The Vice President's remarks will be open to the press, and we look forward to perhaps covering that next week from you from the studio. Pennsylvania will be a big focus, as it always is, really the backbone of America, with manufacturing, with steel development, with car manufacturing, even with the SEC states and Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina benefiting from Toyota and those Hyundai and Kia deals that you saw earlier this year with the Japanese and Korean car makers. Very excited about continuing those developments down this part of the country and the rebuilding of Detroit. We're seeing that happen in the Wolverine state of Michigan, as President Trump said at that dinner last night. Really looking forward to working together, not as Republicans and Democrats, but as Americans. And you saw there that at big Democrat gathering, apparently, they were excited to be there as well. And President Trump really is the president of the people, the comedian in chief, the peacemaker in chief, and the deal maker in chief, all in action as he tries and attempts and has done a very good job of exporting peace through strength, the MAGA agenda, and America first, as we look forward to the top of the hour where he will perform a bill signing. So stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll take a quick commercial break for more sponsors. Stick with us here on the right side of history.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens. Something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network at 2:22 on the East Coast. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday in your neck of the woods. If you ever want to write into us, you're more than welcome to. The good, the bad, the ugly, everything in between in this golden era as we focus on coming together as a people, as President Trump did last night at that Christmas celebration at the White House with our illustrious First Lady Melania Trump and all the success she saw in a bipartisan way over the Take It Down Act. It's a good golden era that we can focus on here in the United States. And President Trump taking that message on the road in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania this week. And we'll see more of that with the Vice President, J.D. Vance, in Allentown, Pennsylvania, as well as this team going out in 2026 to fight hard in the primaries to ensure that the House and Senate is retained. Because we know if the Democrats get power, one of the leaders of the Democrats has said that he wants House Speaker Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the House. Can you imagine that happening? He's a minority leader right now, but God forbid that takes place. And that was Governor Newsom on Election Day this November 4th. So we will ensure that doesn't happen by peacefully and patriotically voting and getting involved in your neck of the woods. As we thank angelpace.com, a wonderful sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the original Miracle Cream. I use this every day. It's a vitamin B infused, non-GMO, non-chemical. Also the orange option, vitamin C infused, truly tremendous for this time of year. Really great year round, but nice to have that vitamin C influx during the cold and flu season. They are Christian owned. They hire veterans. They're out of Spring, Texas, on the Gulf of America. So be sure to check them out today because they believe in the values you believe in and that RSBN believes in. So we're happy to partner with them right here on the right side of history. There's also a natural facial spray. So go paint the town red this Friday and celebrate the most wonderful time of the year. Thank you to angelpaste.com, as we also thank covepure.com/RSBN. The holiday sale, $250 off right now, covepure.com/RSBN. Drink pure, live pure. It's the holiday sale, $250 off of this truly life-saving machine. You want clean water, you deserve all of that. And with their clear wave technologies leading in the reverse osmosis space, it gets rid of fluoride to toxic chemicals to lead that we saw the Flint, Michigan lead poisoning was terrible, all the way to hormone-disrupting blockers and agricultural runoff. As you can see there in the model, it can go up to 170 degrees or more and get real cold again very quickly. Also can be lukewarm pending your needs. So if you're a tea drinker like I am, you can notice that you don't have to wait for the stove to heat up the water and then get it to steep, and that takes another 20 minutes out of your day, give or take. Protect what matters most. Also, if you're renting, a great gift for those who could be stubborn this holiday season. You always got someone, a friend or a family member that's hard to shop for. This is great. And again, especially because they're renting, because the plumber doesn't have to come over. So you install the reverse osmosis system right at the top. It's no larger than your coffee machine, and you're protecting you and yours. So it's a great win-win for everyone. The holiday season sale, $250 off right now at covepure.com/RSBN. Thank you for being with us here on the right side of history. As I mentioned earlier, we had Mike Lindell, our dear friend at MyPillow, announced his candidacy for governor of Minnesota. And just last week, we were fortunate enough to have his thoughts on many different issues on the Voice of Reason. So excited to see our dear friend jumping into the race again, wanting to serve his friends and family in the great state of Minnesota. And perhaps they will be constituents in the next calendar year or so, roughly give or take 13 months of this process. But that big announcement happening just yesterday.
Many of you already know me. You know that I was a crack cocaine addict along with many other addictions. And you also know that by the grace of God that I overcame my addiction to drugs on January 16, 2009. You also know that I founded the Lindell Recovery Network to help others overcome their addictions. You know that I founded the amazing, successful company, MyPillow. You know that MyPillow and myself have spent millions providing aid to hurricane victims, flood victims, fire victims, struggling inner cities, and of course, those struggling with drug addiction. I was the media darling. They'd say, Mike, how many former addicts are you hiring? How many veterans are you hiring? And they would say, wow, your company, you're the American dream on steroids. And then in the summer of 2016, I met Donald Trump on August 15, 2016 in a divine appointment. He reached out to me to discuss how, MyPillow, how is it making all your products here in the USA? And from that point on, the media turned on me. Of course, you all know the story. They've attacked me ever since. You also know that on February 18, 2017, I gave my life to Jesus Christ. I had a few months later, I went on to lead over 50,000 people in prayer at US Bank Stadium. I thought that was going to be my only calling, leading people to Jesus Christ. I had never voted. I didn't think politics mattered. Then along came the 2020 election. And you all know that I have been relentless in making people aware of the fraud in our elections. You know that others have used lawfare to tear me down because of my efforts. Our own federal government under Joe Biden launched Operation Arctic Frost to target me and others who wanted to secure our elections. They tried to take away my voice. They targeted my banks. They targeted my suppliers. They even took my phone, and I run my entire business enterprise off my phone. They didn't just attack me, they also went after my employee-owned company, MyPillow. Well, it didn't work. I'm still standing, MyPillow is still standing, and now I want you to know that I will stand for you as the next governor of the state of Minnesota. I will stand for you against the rampant fraud under Governor Walz. I will stand with you against the crime that threatens the safety of you and your families. I will stand for you against government-sponsored theft of your livelihood via exploding property taxes, excessive fees, and unfair sales tax. I'll stand for you against unnecessary regulations that strangle the entrepreneurial spirit. I will stand for businesses of all sizes, small, medium, large, doesn't matter. We need to defend those who provide our citizens with the jobs that they need so we can, in turn, take care of our families. I will stand for those of you that are struggling with addiction. I will stand for you by making Minnesota's education system one of the best in the nation. I am not alone in standing for you. I've never been alone. My Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, has been standing beside me all the way. Through the good times and the bad, he's never let me down. And with God's grace, I will never let you down either. Those who know me, they know I'm up to the task. I've had my finger on my pulse of my business operations, and we've all heard of the rampant fraud that occurred on the watch of Tim Walz. Either he was grossly negligent, incompetent, or complicit with the fraud. The governor is the chief executive of the state. He is responsible for the integrity of government operations under his authority. Everyone who knows me knows that I micromanage and macromanage my companies. I work tirelessly in making sure that we remove blocks and achieve our objectives. What does Tim Walz know about the operation of Minnesota's government programs? We know that over $1 billion in fraud under his watch has already been found. Whistleblowers from within Minnesota indicate that that fraud may reach as high as $8 billion. The entire fiscal year of Minnesota's budget in 2025 is $59 billion. The price of our state government has been inflated due to this fraud. This means that families are paying too much for government. Families have been taken advantage of, and others have not been taken care of. This means that businesses are drained of all the financial resources they need to hire new employees, to invest in new products, and to modernize existing operations. When it was leaked to the media that I was filing to run for governor of Minnesota, right here, that leak, the media pundits were quick to make comments like, what does Mike know about being a politician? Let me be clear, I don't want to be like a politician. It's professional politicians that have gotten us into all this trouble. Over the last 5 years, I have traveled all across this country to speak with politicians about election fraud. I've come to the conclusion that the vast majority of politicians are not concerned with our best interests. They're concerned with special interests, including their own self-interest. Many have hidden agendas that don't help any of us, and usually they're evil agendas. I want to be a leader, not a politician. I want to solve problems, not create problems. This is what I do. I solve problems. That's what I've always done. I've lived the American dream on steroids, solving one problem after another on the path to success. The role of government is to secure the rights of the governed. As a citizen and a business leader, I've already been working towards that end. I've been working to secure our voice at the voting booth against powerful enemies. These enemies don't care what you have to say. I do. They want to silence our voices. I put everything on the line to preserve it. As the next governor of Minnesota, I will stand for your rights. Together, we will restore respect for law and order. If you are here illegally, now's the time to leave, or you're going to be sent back where you came from. If you're stealing from Minnesota taxpayers, you need to be put in prison. If you're committed to increasing the tax burden on Minnesotans, you need to find a different line of work. We need to stop the explosion of property taxes. We need to stop excessive fees. We need to stop penalizing the brick and mortar businesses that provide jobs for our families. We need to ensure that our parents and teachers are empowered with the ability to choose the best education options for our kids. In short, we need to make government more about your needs and about your quality of life rather than the needs of those who crave the power to tell us how to live our lives. This means that you need a voice. They've tried to take away my voice. They tried to take away your voice. We can't let this happen again. That's why I'm standing for you. I'm standing for all of our God-given rights. The right to life, the right to liberty, the right to pursue happiness. The purpose of government is to secure these rights. Governor Walz and his supporters have instead been stealing these rights. This fraud needs to end now. If you will stand with me as the next governor of Minnesota, our future will be amazing.
All right, it's great to see Mike Lindell there speaking in Minnesota about that announcement to run for governor of that state. You know, I remember Robert McNeely talking about that a lot over the past, year of coverage on occasion where he'd say, it'd be interesting to see if Mike Lindell would run for governor. Well, we're seeing that happen. It's official. Hopefully he wins that thing in Minnesota and flips the script on the Democrats. It's 2:35 Friday, December 12th. Thanks so much for live streaming in with us. Again, good afternoon and welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. So at 3 o'clock, as we have been speaking about over the past hour or so, the president will honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team when they won gold, beating the USSR in what is widely known as the Miracle on Ice. So the Congressional Medal Act signing, according to CBS, will again take place within the hour, within possibly the half hour. In a statement from the New York State Olympic Regional Development Authority, today is a historic moment as the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team is honored with the Congressional Gold Medal. I believe we may have some photos of these various times in 1980, some 45 years ago. What an awesome time it was for those of you that are sports fans out there. But when you mix the love and the passion for the United States of America and maybe one of your favorite sports, great times to be had back in 1980. If you remember Al Michaels saying, "Do you believe in miracles?" Well, that happened. A young team, the United States hockey team against the very skilled USSR. You know, Canada and Russia always good at hockey, of course. Always colder climates. You know, they grow up on skates up there. But for the United States to win that game back in the 80s, for those of you that either watched or just remember from videos, pretty awesome stuff there. Let's get back to that quote, as I believe we do have some photos of some of the various photos from Lake Placid, New York. We'll be showing that as we get those loaded up. But with the president's signature, the legislation is now law. This according to the Olympic Regional Development Authority. The U.S. Mint will begin designing and striking the medals, and Lake Placid looks forward to displaying one at the Olympic Center. We congratulate the players and the Herb Brooks family on this well-deserved recognition and their enduring legacy, which continues to inspire athletes and fans nationwide, end quote. Of course, we're following a lot of news stories out there as well, tracking 24/7 news cycle stories, including the hopeful release of the patriot Tina Peters from a Colorado state jail. We're praying for her release. We saw President Trump said, let's have a pardon for her, but she's also charged from the state there. So the governor pushing back and saying that's not going to happen, paraphrasing that, basically saying the court of her peers have said that she was guilty of certain election infringements. But as we've seen from her lawyers, we've seen from President Trump, someone that is trying to just bring evidence to a faulty election that we saw in 2020. So we're praying for the release of Tina Peters. We'll keep you updated on any posts from the president on that. We're also keeping an eye on any possible developments between our country and places like Venezuela. We're keeping an eye on a number of stories out there. All right, shifting gears now back to some sports on this Friday, December 12th. Since today's event is about my favorite sport, hockey, I had to bring a little bit of hockey to you today. So hopefully you can bear with me on that. But also for those of you out there that are big hockey fans, looking at the map earlier today on just some of the teams across the union, for those of you that have never been to an NHL hockey game, a playoff game, it's quite electric. So I'm going to look at a few of the teams out there. So those of you that say, well, I've never been to a game, well, let's look at some states here. We have one in California, of course, a number of teams there, Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, all over the place. How about North Carolina, Florida? All these places have NHL hockey teams. So if you get a chance to ever go to a game, enjoy a game, like I did one time, I was working in Nashville and working in news. I started my career, fun fact for this Friday, covering sports in college. It was pretty quick after that I switched over into the news biz, and I did a stint of sports in New York. Pretty fun stuff to do. But I was in Nashville and I saw Sidney Crosby with the Pittsburgh Penguins. So they were playing the Predators there in Nashville, Tennessee. And the Pittsburgh Penguins back in 2017 won the Stanley Cup. I had a news pass and I was going to be interviewing some of the players. But that's when I saw Sidney Crosby walk by with the Stanley Cup in Nashville, Tennessee. So those of you that like sports, this is a good video for you. And of course, we're covering a lot of news as well. But today, a sports event at the White House. So I thought on this Friday, we'll bring some sports to your attention. But let's have a little bit of a kind of a flashback Friday here of sorts to Nashville, Tennessee, when I stood right behind Sidney Crosby as he walked down the hall to bring the Stanley Cup to the locker room. Take a look. Okay, so we're hearing that video is not ready. So why don't we do this? Let's go to a commercial break. We'll get everything set up. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
All right, good afternoon once again. Welcome back in here to RSBN Live. You're looking at Lake Placid there in New York. We'll get to some of the specifics there in just a second, because at 3 o'clock, we know the president will honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team when they won gold, beating the USSR back in 1980. It was widely known, of course, as the Miracle on Ice, and the Congressional Medal Act signing according to a number of networks, will again take place within the next 15 to 20 minutes. In a statement from the New York State Olympic Regional Development Authority, quote, "Today is a historic moment as the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team is honored with the Congressional Gold Medal. With the president's signature, the legislation is now law, so that signature coming up in just a bit from now. So we're told that the U.S. Mint will begin designing and striking the medals, and Lake Placid look forward to displaying one of these at the Olympic Center there. The quote continues by saying, "We congratulate the players and the Herb Brooks family on this well-deserved recognition and their enduring legacy, which continues to inspire athletes and fans nationwide," end quote. So we'll see that here in just a bit. Of course, putting on the sports hat a little bit today, as we know there's a sports style event at the White House. Of course, again, tracking a lot of news stories out there. We'll be talking about those once again in just a minute. Before we do, let's go to that video, that Flashback Friday, right behind Sidney Crosby as he's holding the Stanley Cup. So I got this video as he's walking into the locker room when I was working in Nashville. Let's take a look.
Right. Can you just let them know it's coming? Yeah. They're in the room. Okay, just let them know it's coming. You want me to go ahead again? Yeah. They got the tunes going in there? Huh? I got some tunes going? The tunes are on. I think it's great. Did you leave the class back? They did. There you go. Yay! They've been asking for you. Excuse me, Mr. Go. Excuse me.
All right, so a little bit of a Flashback Friday. If you're joining us and looking for news and politics, well, we're doing a little bit of sports because the White House is doing some sports today, and just wanted to show you a little bit about, my favorite sport, hockey. Football is second, but hockey, if you guys haven't checked out a playoff game, please do. It's quite an awesome experience, and a shout out to my mom who's watching right now and some family as well. New York Ranger fans. My mom went to games when she was a kid, or my grandpa would bring her to the games. And of course, in 1994, for those that remember, the New York Rangers beat the Vancouver Canucks in Game 7. What a huge win that was for New York City. And we'll be sticking to the Empire State today because of this 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team. A number of them will be in the White House today. So just, a little bit of patriotism, a little bit of my favorite sport mixed into one, and it's a Friday. You mix that all up and you get a report like this today. Before we move on to some more from Lake Placid, New York, we'll have Chad Cassidy. He's the general manager at the Olympic Center based in Lake Placid. That's the site where Team USA made this miracle happen, where they won gold. It was a game that they weren't supposed to win. It was against the USSR, much more skilled and experienced players, but it's kind of like that Rocky story, winning in Rocky IV, of course, which I didn't even put this together, but of all things, my wife and I watched Rocky IV last night. So a little bit of USA, USSR thing going on from back in the day, of course. But anyway, let's go to a few of our sponsors before we bring in our live guest as we get ready to see the president and some of the team members there at the White House. And here at RSBN, we always try to point you toward those companies that actually support your freedom and give you real choices. And that's exactly why we trust All Family Pharmacy. So they're not your traditional pharmacy pushing flu shots. All Family Pharmacy is different. They give you options, encourage you to take charge of your health, stay prepared, and have the right medications on hand before sickness hits. And of course, during the holidays, that's important. The travel, the cold weather, the family gatherings, this is when everyone can get sick. So why wait until someone is miserable and you're scrambling for appointments or pharmacy lines? All Family Pharmacy actually has everything your family might need: antivirals, antibiotics, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, mebendazole, even emergency kits and supplements. So it's all doctor reviewed and delivered fast to your door. While you're out doing your holiday shopping, there's nothing wrong, of course, with adding a few essential medications your family might need. So you can stock up, Stay prepared and keep your family healthy this holiday season. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN and use RSBN10 as that promo code to save 10% off your order. Also, this brought to you by a number of places. Well, Monetary Gold as well. Wall Street veterans are, sounding the alarm. Many now say gold can climb up to $7,000 per troy ounce before President Trump finishes his term. So that's not wild speculation. Right now, it's above 4,000. Experienced investors, economists, and portfolio managers are tracking the indicators: soaring national debt, unchecked government spending, and a dollar that's losing purchasing power by the day. What's even more revealing is the behavior of central banks. They're trimming their exposure to U.S. Treasuries and increasing their gold reserves. So they recognize the pattern. They know that paper currencies eventually fail, but gold has remained a reliable store of value throughout history. And that's why we rely on Monetary Gold. With more than 25 years in business, an A-plus Better Business Bureau rating, and top 5 rankings from Consumer Affairs and Retirement Living, they've earned a reputation for trust and expertise, and their specialists bring more than a century of combined experience helping Americans safeguard their savings. And if you've been waiting for the right moment, you're looking at it. Don't sit on the sidelines as the dollar continues to weaken. Silver and gold actually remain time-tested assets for defending your purchasing power. Call 888-617-7994 or go to rsbnforthegold.com before the next major move in the gold market. We know that results can vary. Always consult with your financial and tax advisors before investing. All right, let's go from warm Alabama, where it's in the 60s, up to Lake Placid, New York, where I checked the temperature. It's maybe 16 degrees. With a wind chill that is quite cold. Chad Cassidy, the general manager at the Olympic Center based in Lake Placid, joins us now. And Chad, thanks so much for joining us today on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Oh, it's great to be here. You hit the nail on the head. It's a blustery winter day in our winter wonderland up here in the Adirondack Mountains. So thanks for having me.
Definitely. Your thoughts, first of all, that the White House is welcoming in this 1980 hockey team that is globally known when it comes to at least the sport of hockey. And many fans have heard about this that love sports and maybe even watched the Miracle movie. Your thoughts about that?
Yeah, for me, it's a long time coming. I was fortunate enough to be born and raised here in Lake Placid. So I was here. The house I grew up in is less than 500 yards away from the Olympic Center where the Miracle on Ice happened. And, for the guys and the team to be recognized at this level with the Congressional Medal, I think is incredible, but a long time coming and certainly an honor that's well-deserved for them. We actually have one of the members of the team, John Harrington, is in the building this weekend. So I feel fortunate that I get to live the miracle every single day. And as you touched on, the fact that, the most iconic moment in sports history, and that's all of sport history, happened right in this tiny village here in Lake Placid that I grew up in, is special. And to see this day come to fruition means a lot to all of us from this community.
Exactly. I know it's a big hockey community there, not too far from Montreal, of course, a number of other towns up there, right across the border from Vermont. Right now, we're looking at various photos from Lake Placid. One is the wide shot of the Herb Brooks Arena, where the 1980 USA hockey team did its thing. Tell us about the fact of that game. Were you there? Do you know people that were there? What was it like to be in that electric arena when the United States of America brought home gold?
Yeah, so one of the running jokes here in Lake Placid is everybody was either at the game and they have the game puck, which obviously can't be true. So there's a lot of fabrication that goes into it. I'm one of the few people that will tell you that I was not at the game. Me and my mother were home. I have 3 brothers. I was home with one of my brothers. My father and my oldest brother were at the game. I was a little bit young to go at that time in 1980. What I remember the most about it was obviously the buildup of something really special happening. And it was more than a feeling than a memory. And just the electricity that was here in Lake Placid. And for those people that haven't visited, I think it's hard to even fathom what that was like when you're talking about a town of close to just under 5,000 people, having tens of thousands of people in here. And as I alluded to before, the biggest game, certainly for USA hockey, that's ever taken place, and then for it to turn out to be the most iconic moment in sports history, it really is hard to describe. I mean, I was young at the time, but still just remember the feelings that surrounded this community and really our country, because our country at that time during the Cold War and the Olympics didn't get off to a great start. And for it to come to this crescendo where the U.S. team beats the Russian Empire, and also Eric Heiden gets 5 gold medals out on the speed skating oval, it really couldn't have ended in a better way.
Exactly. So let's talk about that. When you mix patriotism, the red, white, and blue going against, at that time, a communist country, and then on top of that, hockey's already an electric sport, as you know. And my favorite sport is ice hockey. I was born in Pennsylvania, and I've been to probably 10 to 12 NHL arenas around the country, AHL arenas, college games. It's just a very fun sport to watch. So again, those of you that have never been to, if you really want to get a baptism by fire, just go to an NHL playoff game. Just give it a try. I can guarantee you'll come out of there being like, okay, that was really fun. But the psychology behind it, the United States of America and a great sport. That's probably why it was such a huge win when Al Michaels said, "Do you believe in miracles?" And I encourage anybody that wants to relive that moment just to go watch on Rumble or YouTube and just pull it up and just see it again. Isn't it awesome?
Yeah, it's incredible. And I mean, you hit the nail on the head. At that time in 1980, the Russians there's a lot of unknown too, right? Like we wouldn't see them all the time, but we knew they dominated international play. They were beating NHL all-star teams back in those days, and they had the greatest players in the world. They had the greatest goalie in the world. They had the greatest coach in the world. And this band of misfit college kids came up to Lake Placid after, you alluded to before, they went down to Madison Square Garden 2 weeks before the Olympics and got beat, I think, 11-2 and pretty much embarrassed. And then to come up here and do what they did, a lot of people don't even remember that the first game of the tournament when the U.S. played Sweden, we were down 2-1 with minutes left, and Billy Baker scored late in the game to tie it. And if the U.S. hadn't tied that game, the thoughts of a gold medal would have never occurred. So that kind of was the first step, and then they kind of built momentum throughout. And even I just have to say, on a personal level, it really, even though I was young at that time, it shaped my life because it became, the biggest thing that's happened to Lake Placid. I was a hockey player. I grew up in a hockey community. Long story short, I ended up going into coaching hockey for 25 years. I coached in the American Hockey League before I got out of coaching and took over as the general manager here at the Olympic Center. And it's had that effect on a lot of people, not just in our area, but throughout our country. Like there's still people today that will walk into the Herb Brooks Arena and I will literally see people start crying because the memories that it brings back and how special a moment that was and the impact that it had on so many different levels, not just in sport, but for our country. It's really incredible for me, as I talked about before, to be a part of that every day.
Yeah, exactly. And when I watch clips from the game, when it shows the crowd, people have the American flags and they're chanting USA louder than I've ever heard it before, on video at least. And it was such an electric moment for the country. And of course, that's why today, of course, at the White House, the president will be signing this medal. Now, can you talk to us about this U.S. Mint situation? And you're going to have one of these up there in Lake Placid. What's the whole thing? What's the whole event about?
Yeah, so once the president signs this in, the congressional medal, one of them is going to be sent up here to Lake Placid. We have the Olympic Museum here in our venue, and it's going to be displayed there for people to see. And, it's really important. I believe, and I may have this wrong, but I believe there's going to be 3 of the medals minted, and we're going to be receiving one of those up here so we can display it year-round at the Olympic Museum for people to enjoy.
And let's talk about the movie, the Miracle movie, about Herb Brooks and about the team. How accurate was that movie? And did the coach at that one practice, or maybe after one of the games, did he whistle and say, again? And then he did those skates back and forth that many times.
Yeah. Herbies, those were called Herbies. The guys tell the story that was 100% accurate. That part of it, of course, it's a movie, and there's going to be parts of it that are made for movie. But for the most part, it was really accurate. And I think we talk about the actual event of the Miracle on Ice happening here, the second biggest part of that was the release of the movie Miracle, because it really brought back to the forefront people's memories and thoughts of what happened in 1980, and it introduced a whole new generation to the Miracle on Ice. And I mean, we have youth hockey tournaments here at the Herb Brooks Arena every weekend, and every single kid who's anywhere from 5 to 14 years old, they all know the Miracle, and they were born years and years and years after it. The movie Miracle has really sustained our legacy here in Lake Placid for that great event.
Yeah, it's quite awesome. And do you know any stories in the sense of have any NHL players or just American-born players visited the arena there, wanted to say, hey, can I go for a skate real quick? I mean, anything like that?
All the time. I mean, we'll have people that come through, and you know, Lake Placid is obviously a vibrant year-round tourist destination. We had a kid, Chris Tanev, who's now with the Toronto Maple Leafs, came up here and skated for a few days, and he was kind of laughing. You know, he's Canadian, but he's like, he laughed about how, you know, he could only imagine what it was like there in the rink with the USA beating Russia in that incredible game. Like, everybody knows the story, and everybody kind of wants to get that feeling of what that exactly like. And I think people coming to visit and being able to go out on the ice and go in the arena and kind of relive that is a special experience for them.
Exactly. And you know, it hits me on all levels, because, you know, you have Al Michaels saying, do you believe in miracles? Well, I do believe in miracles. And then on top of that, you have the USA winning. On top of that, a great sport of hockey. So quite awesome stuff there. So tell us at the beginning, though, for you, what was it that you initially fell in love with the sport?
Well, I was always a hockey player. Like I said, I was born and raised right up behind the Olympic Center. So I was kind of born into it. And then something like that happens and you're that close to it. You know, you live in the community. You are experiencing that every day. You know where this history happened, and it becomes a motivation for you. Like, I would be one of the few hockey players growing up that would tell you that I never really had a dream of playing in the NHL, although that would have been great, obviously. I always wanted to play in the Olympics because of what happened here. Like, that was the number one thing. That was a crescendo of hockey for me. I never actually made it as a player to coach at that level. I was lucky enough as a coach to coach our U.S. national team at 3 different world championships, which was a great experience. And you know, I don't think people, I do, it's hard to appreciate how much that means to you to be able to represent your country on an international level. And for me to have gone and experienced that gives me more of an appreciation of how difficult it is to win on the international scale. But I would have never even thought about that if the Miracle on Ice hadn't happened probably here in 1980.
Can you talk to us about, when it comes to the Olympics and then when the United States wins, especially in 1980, what that does for even people that might not even be involved in sports, but they are patriotic. They love when they see the red, white, and blue raised above all the other flags, when the gold medal comes to our country. So do you see that impact that happens out there?
No question. And that's why, you know, the impact of the 80 Miracle game is far beyond hockey, because every U.S. citizen, every one of the people that lives in our country knows about that. Even if they're not hockey fans, they know USA beat Russia in 1980, and it was a pivotal moment in our country's history. And people there's so much national pride behind that. And I think that speaks to the moment itself. Like, at the time, we probably didn't know. I mean, we knew it was really big to beat the Russians and to win the gold medal, but it was incredible how it brought our country together at a time, as I talked about before, during the Cold War, where we really needed something to bring our country together.
Exactly. Any favorite teams out there in the NHL?
Well, you were just talking about it. My son's a Rangers fan. So we were down at MSG last weekend for the Rangers Avalanche game on Saturday. Unfortunately, the Rangers lost in overtime, but I probably don't have a favorite team. As I said, I was a coach for a long time, but because my son's a Ranger fan, I probably watch them the most.
Exactly. I mean, that was 1994. Can you run us through that memory of watching Game 7 against Pavel Bure and the Vancouver Canucks?
Stefan Matteau. I mean, there was a lot going on. Mark Messier, Mike Richter actually went to Northwood School up here in Lake Placid before he went on to play at Wisconsin and played for the Rangers. Mike still has a home up here in Lake Placid. As I said, I wasn't a Rangers fan, But the Rangers fan were so starved in 1994 to win that Stanley Cup that it was just, it's, again, New York City is kind of the centerpiece of our country, and for them to finally win the Stanley Cup, an original six team, Messier's guarantee of getting the hat trick. It just was the culmination of a lot of really special events.
And I remember the crowd chanting 1940?
1940, yeah.
Yeah, so they were chanting 1940 because that was the last time the Rangers won the Cup. It was quite an awesome event there for the city of New York. Now there's a lot of different things politically going on in New York, but we won't get there. We're going to stick to sports with you here a bit more. But outside of that, I mean, the Rangers winning the Cup, the United States Olympic hockey team in 1980, pretty awesome stuff. Now, personally, I got on the ice a couple times. I played more football, and street hockey was fun. I liked watching the sport. But if I ever get up to Lake Placid, can I have your permission to get on the ice? Is there any way we can work that out?
Absolutely. Would love to have you. And we can supply all the equipment, skates, whatever you need. We'll get you out on the ice. No question.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It'll be great to see you up there, hopefully sometime in the near future. Chad Cassidy, the general manager at the Olympic Center based in Lake Placid, New York, the site where the United States of America won gold back in 1980. Chad, thanks again for joining us on Right Side.
Thanks. I'm always happy to talk about the Miracle on Ice. I appreciate it.
You definitely. Pretty awesome stuff there from Chad Cassidy up there in Lake Placid. Again, a town that's not that big, but represents a whole lot for those of us that love the United States and love sport. And back in the day, 1980, that was a year before I was born. So 45 years ago, we're going to see some of the players there at the White House in just a bit from now. So again, good times. Hope you're enjoying a little bit of the programming here. I know a lot of you might be like, hey, where's the news and politics? Well, let's get right into it because there are a ton of stories happening in that 24/7 news cycle, including the fact that Tina Peters is still in a Colorado jail. So right now, what we're seeing is the governor there is still doubling down on keeping her in jail. So what will happen next? Who knows? But we hope that Tina will be released as soon as possible. We're also keeping an eye on any possible developments between our country and places like Venezuela. I mean, these are all different kinds of stories that we're tracking here at Right Side as we continue to cover, all of the things that are happening out there to the best of our ability. But you can always help if you'd like. If you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801 or go to rsbnetwork.com/donate as we continue to grow and expand here at the network. Again, this is all about, putting an investment of sorts into conservative media as we are the solution. Let's be honest about that. Not only Right Side, but everybody that's conservative in the sense of the media, right? It could be a podcaster that has a ton of followers. It could be a citizen journalist. It could be a content creator. It could be another conservative media outlet. It could be our outlet. All of us together on the right side of history. So if you like that you're able to see, the White House coverage that we have every day. And then on top of that, on Tuesday, when we were there in good old Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, man, it was cold up there too. Go ahead and donate if you'd like. And then also on top of that, if this is your, 1,000th time watching us and you never donated, if you want to give $1, it doesn't need to be 10, 100, 1,000, whatever. Anything works, but thanks so much for doing so. Text RSBN to 801-801. All right, so let's review what this whole broadcast is about again. So President Trump will honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team when they won gold, beating the USSR in what is widely known, of course, as the Miracle on Ice. There's the moment right there. You see the American flag lifted up higher than the other nations. And that's pretty much the way it is with our country when it comes to freedom. We do want to have voter ID, though. A lot of countries have that, and we don't. There's a number of things that we want to get done in this country to win, to save the United States of America, and to continue on. But always fun to mix in my opinion, a sport with patriotism. And this is exactly what that is 45 years ago in 1980 when that team right there, like a Rocky-style story, an underdog of sorts. If you remember Rocky IV, right? Ivan Drago, the Russian, taking on Rocky. Ivan, was on, using the steroids and everything. It can punch a lot harder than everybody else, but Rocky somehow won because of that fierce fight and that heart. And that's what I believe the common sense Americans have that are on the right side of history for our freedoms, for our Constitution, and for the American way. Truth, justice, and the American way. So that fight is still in us, and we have to keep that fight going. Working hard, praying hard, getting out the vote, winning the midterms, winning the next presidential election, speaking into this narrative that is so noisy sometimes. There's so much noise out there, as you guys know, tons of noise. But you know what rises above the noise? Common sense and truth. And those things are the same. I mean, common sense, truth, same, right? So let's keep speaking up to our friends, our family, at local, school boards, wherever you want to, whether it's online, whether it's in person, whether it's on TV, whatever your sphere of influence is, because we have a country to save. We know that. And we know that the whole thing is the good versus evil aspect, right? The truth versus lies. One serves good, one serves evil. What side are you on? We already know the question is answered by many of you. But that's after years of indoctrination from the left wing out there. So, think about it. Back in 1980, when it was the United States gold medal team, or the hockey team there facing off with the USSR, the Soviets, I would think that if it was today, that 30 or 40% of our country, hopefully not more, would root for the Russians because of their disdain for freedom. To those 30 and 40%, why not join the cause of freedom and just enjoy your life instead of making this whole thing about anti-God, anti-family, anti-country, anti-freedom, anti-truth, anti-justice, anti-the American way? This is America. This is where we're supposed to, have freedom and enjoy. And if you don't like any of those things, there are other countries that you might want to think about going to if you don't like what you see here. But again, isn't it great, guys? Those of you watching right now, whether live or on replay, whether watching on the Great Rumble or Truth Social or X or our app or website or on YouTube, wherever you're watching right now, whether live or on replay, isn't it great to be in the United States of America, on the right side of history? We're not going to quit. We're going to keep fighting. We're not just going to let it go. We're going to do our best, right? So again, a shout out to everybody out there that has any influence on anybody. Influence for truth, influence for good, influence for God, influence for all the right things. And enjoy some hockey if you can. Again, I've been to a number of arenas out there, guys. Seriously, I kind of light up when I talk about it because I've been to Colorado Avalanche, the Buffalo Sabres, Pittsburgh Penguins, Philadelphia Flyers, New York Islanders, Rangers, the New Jersey Devils, the Philadelphia Flyers. Did I say Pittsburgh Penguins? Columbus Blue Jackets, Nashville Predators, all these teams out there. Been to all those arenas, and it's just fun to watch. Outside of that, I want to go to games and not think about what's going to happen in 3 years from now. What's going to happen next year in the midterms? You know what I mean? I want to get back to that kind of life. Hopefully we can, because sports obviously is huge. And college football, of course, too, all the bowl games coming up, those that watch the NFL out there, those that watch Major League Baseball, the NBA, golf, whatever sport you like, it is a part of what we like here in this country. One thing I know is those of you that are super aware, you don't get distracted easily by some news narrative or some sports narrative or whatever. You really care about the country and you want to see us remain free and keep the Constitution as the law of the land. So I'm with you, So why don't we do this? As we're awaiting the live feed there at the White House, if you're just joining us, now that I got warmed up talking sports, which I haven't done in many, many years, fun fact again, I started in sports in college, covering all different sports in college, and then it only took about maybe a year or so to go from a local sports center type show and then into news and then internships and all the things, and then local news and then national and that kind of thing. But also, while I was working in local in Nashville, there was the Nashville Predator hockey team back in, I think it was 2017, playing the Pittsburgh Penguins. And the Penguins, I believe, were up 3-2. So if they win the next game, they win the Stanley Cup. Well, I was at that game, and those of you that in Tennessee and specifically in Nashville, you guys, I don't know what you guys are up to there, but man, your crowd is loud. And it was quite loud there for that game. But the Penguins did pull the win out. And again, I was working as a local reporter, about to interview some of the sports players there because I was allowed to. I had a news pass and all that. Well, I saw Sidney Crosby walk by. For those of you that know, the captain for the Pittsburgh Penguins. And this is the video that I saw. And by the way, before we go to the video, if we see a live picture from the White House with the U.S. Olympic hockey team out of 1980, we'll go right to it. But in the meantime, let's just relive that Flashback Friday moment right now.
Right. Can you just let them know it's coming? Yeah. They're right in the room. Okay, just let them know it's coming. You want me to go ahead again? Yeah. They got the tunes going in there? Huh? I got some tunes going? The tunes are on. I think it's great. I can't believe you guys. Okay. Did you need the class? They did. There you go. Yay! They've been asking for you. Excuse me, Mr. Oh, excuse me.
So that was in Nashville, Tennessee at the Bridgestone Arena there, and Sidney Crosby bringing in the cup at that point. So again, we're going to see the president here in just a bit. He's going to honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team when they won gold, beating the USSR in what is widely known, of course, as the Miracle on Ice. If you haven't seen the Miracle movie, maybe if you're looking for a movie to watch this weekend, other than some Christmas movies, maybe watch The Miracle. It's a fun movie to watch. And again, patriotic type of movie and a fun sports movie. Anyway, so that Congressional Medal Act signing will take place any minute from now. So as soon as we see the president, we'll go there to the White House. Let's go to a number of our sponsors, and then I'll read you this statement from the New York State Olympic Regional Development Authority. Let's go to mypillow.com. Merry Christmas. There you go. Save up to 80% this holiday season. A lot of great products there with mypillow.com/RSBN. You get a huge percentage off. You can save up to 80%. And now is a great time as it's December 12th. How many days? Just not many days. 17, 18 days until Christmas. So now's a good time to purchase a number of great products there and give back in a way to the great work that Mike Lindell's doing for election security, election integrity, and also running for governor of Minnesota. So a gubernatorial race to heat up there in Minnesota. Speaking of Minnesota, the Minnesota Wild hockey team also has a pretty loud crowd. Never been to that arena, but definitely enjoying, talking winter sports and mypillow.com right now. So mypillow.com/RSBN. Also, let's go now to Tax Network USA. So do you owe back taxes or maybe haven't filed in years? Now's the time to resolve your tax matters. With the national conversation around abolishing the income tax system, the IRS is actually fighting back and proving it's here to stay by becoming more aggressive than ever before. They're sending out more collection notices and filing more tax liens and collecting billions more than in recent years. So if you owe, the IRS can take your wages, bank accounts, Social Security, retirement, and in some cases even your home. So if you owe or haven't filed, it's not a question of when the IRS will act, it's when. So right now, Tax Network USA is offering completely free IRS research and discovery, a discovery call to show you exactly where you stand and what they can stop before it's too late. Their powerful programs and strategies can save you thousands or even eliminate your debt entirely if you qualify. You don't have to make a serious mistake representing yourself or calling the IRS on your own, waiving your rights and costing you more money. They are not on your side. So get protected right away with Tax Network USA and start the process on settling your tax matters once and for all today. And you can call 800-958-1000. The new number is 800-958-1000. Tax Network USA. It's 317, Friday, December 12th. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 20 minutes after 3 o'clock on the East Coast. It is Friday, December 12th. Good afternoon once again, and welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. So coming up, the president will honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team when they won gold, beating the USSR in what is widely known, of course, as the Miracle on Ice. So it's a Congressional Medal Act signing. So that'll be happening here shortly. As soon as we get that feed, we'll take you there live. In a statement from the New York State Olympic Regional Development Authority, quote, today is a historic moment as the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team is honored with the Congressional Gold Medal. With the president's signature, which you'll see here on Right Side, the legislation will be law. The quote from the Olympic Regional Development Authority reads, the U.S. Mint will begin designing and striking the medals, and Lake Placid looks forward to displaying one at the Olympic Center. We congratulate the players and the Herb Brooks family on this well-deserved recognition and their enduring legacy, which continues to inspire athletes and fans nationwide. And that picture right there to the left of your screen is the Herb Brooks Arena, where the United States hockey team won gold back in 1980. So those of you watching live right now on Rumble or YouTube, wherever you're watching, go ahead and type in there. I know some of you are like, I don't care about sports, and some are like, hey, that's pretty cool stuff. But tell me if you like hockey or not. I'm curious. Just say yes or no. Just say yes or no for if you like hockey. I love hockey. I think it's a great sport. If you never got a chance to see it, please give it a shot. It's definitely a good time out there. It's a fast-paced sport, especially if it's an electric crowd. It's a home game. It's a playoff game. It's a good time. Same thing, of course, with college football, the NFL, baseball, whatever you're into with sports. But if you're not into any sports at all, hey, I know we're not a sports channel here, but I do like sports. All right, but I obviously like patriotism more, because we need to have our country for God, family, country, freedom, truth, justice, and the American way, right? Again, just to go over some of the stories we're following within that 24/7 news cycle. We're looking for the hopeful release of Patriot Tina Peters from a Colorado state jail. We're praying for her release there. We know President Trump pardoned her, but that's for any federal charges. The state of Colorado still doubling down on this. So we're going to see what happens there. And of course, we're just tracking any other breaking news stories or other things that are going on out there in the United States of America. A shout out to all of you watching in various states across the union. If you'd like to share which state you're watching in right now, go ahead and type that in as well. Just a special hello to you. So glad you're with us on this Friday, December 12th. We'll be seeing the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, here shortly. In regards to a sports style event, there's on the other side of the coin, of course, there's a ton of things we can talk about politically speaking. And we've done a lot of that. And we'll dive in and out of that as we have this broadcast, as we await that live feed there in the Oval Office. There's this saying out there, of course, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. And with many things in life, it's a good rule to live by. It's some wisdom. Work hard, pray hard, but be prepared if the current outcome isn't what you expected. So that's where we're kind of in that situation right now in our country. We're hoping for the best. We want all the wins. We want our country to be fully saved. We want to win the midterms. We want to win the next presidential election. We want our constitutional rights to continue to stay with us, all the things. But you have to be preparing for the worst as well. It's kind of a smart thing to do is, hope for the best, but make sure you're covered on this end too. So anyway, just thought about that the other day as it's something I think we should do here in the country. As you know, it's all about freedom versus tyranny and truth versus lies, one serving good, the other serves evil. And we're on the good side, guys. And I know that a majority of you that are watching, you would say you're on the right side of history. Some that don't like freedom and don't like the United States and hate morals and hate God. Well, I hope you'll, maybe see a change of sorts that will help you get to the right side of history there. A number of President Trump's policies, however, the Democrats, of course, can reverse some of those with a new president. So again, we're looking forward to more wins. And then also in 2026 when it comes to the midterms, including that general election of 2028. So we're just thanking God for the conservative media that's out there, to be able to speak truth into darkness, to be able to stay on the side of the patriotic people of this country. Again, there's a lot of noise that goes on. And I will say, it is in that quiet place that you'll be able to get some clarity, whether it's praying to God, whether it's kind of meditating and just chilling out. It's a very powerful place to be, and I believe it's a place that the world wouldn't want us to be in. When I say the world, I don't mean the countries and people. I just mean the distractions that we all have out there. And listen, I was just talking about sports and hockey and and other topics out there. There's tons that we can do. And I like doing those things, but there's that time where we really have to focus inward, right? Through prayer or through meditation. And it's just something more personal, but I think it's something that will really encourage your soul is to really just have the joy of the Lord as your strength as we move forward day in and day out. And those of you that have way more experience than I do or are older than I am, I would love to hear your feedback as well. So why not go to feedback@rsbn.tv. And if there's some things there that are on the right side of history and some great truths that we can keep in our mind and our hearts as we move forward to win for this country, I would gladly read that on the air. Again, shout out to the following: conservative citizen journalists and podcasters and conservative content creators, social media influencers, and those that are news reporters, national correspondents, local correspondents, anchors, hosts, all of the above, because at the end of the day, we need each other in conservative media to keep the truth in the spotlight. And speaking of one of the people that does that here on the network, you just saw him just a bit ago. Let's go back to RSBN host Robert McNeely, who joins us live right now. And Robert, your thoughts about that? I mean, isn't it great to give the people that are on the right side of history that shout out and to say, hey, we want more of that going on?
Yeah, Matthew, I think about 10 years ago, a decade ago, even before that, how this all did not really exist. And the last few years, I think, accelerated by COVID and also by the fact that some people were deplatformed, including President Trump himself. Think about how God has really been on his side throughout all of this. And I can't tell you the number of people who are changing their names on social media to getting off of it altogether, fearing that they would pay the consequence of losing their job or being canceled or what have you. And after being canceled a couple of times myself, I got pretty comfortable with it. So I'm glad to be on the right side of history.
Yeah, no, it's exactly right. And it's something that it took a lot of courage for the people that did things like you, myself, and many others out there to say, you know what, we're going to speak conservative values, godly values. We're going to speak about freedom. We're going to speak about patriotism. And it used to be something where, oh no, you get canceled. But now it's like, no, a lot of people are doing it. So I think a lot of people that are on the right side of history maybe need that extra encouragement to step across and say, you know what? And I think after the tragic shooting of the late, great Charlie Kirk, a lot of people said, I'm stepping up to the plate. I'm gonna speak what I believe is true to help our country advance in freedom. Do you agree?
Oh, President Trump made it fun again, too. It's a big part of it, thinking about that playback from earlier in the broadcast with the Christmas party. He's out there telling jokes. He said again, we're not really Republicans and Democrats. We're about making America great again. And all the successes we had this year with our great First Lady. So enjoying that holiday season on top of it. It reminds me of a time I went to it was a YAF conference in Northern Illinois. It was actually with Secretary Duffy and his lovely wife, and back when he was serving in Congress. And they touched on this very issue of the culture wars, something that Charlie always tapped into at Turning Point USA, that politics simply the downstream of culture. And this focus was on the two different candidates of 2012, Mitt Romney, and 2016, Donald Trump. Trump was always tweeting out way back when it first came out on every single topic in media, in culture. He was always on the phone, always dialing in, going on these programs. Whereas Mitt Romney said, well, I don't really want to dive into the culture. And in turn, was not as popular as a result because he wasn't chiming in on certain things. And this was in regards to even actors and actresses and their whereabouts and who was dating who. Donald Trump was always talked about. And it's even something that Bill O'Reilly touched on in his book, The United States of Trump. So I think he's changed the ballgame when it comes to the realization of the popularity contest that exists in American politics.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of advancements. I mean, from back in 2015, 2016, 2017, when you have somebody that is, a real estate mogul and an entertainment icon to step into the political arena and then, speak and just tell it like it is back in the day. So, great to see that, and great to see all the wins that he has done for the United States of America. There's a number of other wins that we're looking to see through the course of his administration, but I also wanted to shift gears a little bit with you. As we know, speaking of the president, he will be, in the Oval Office today, honoring that 1980 Olympic hockey team, the United States, of course, beating the USSR back in the day. And I know that you're from originally the Chicago area, so the Chi-Town, right? Let's talk about Chicago sports quickly, too, and patriotism, because the thing I love about the Chicago Blackhawks, and now that I think about it, is they sing the national anthem at the top of their lungs at every home game, don't they?
Oh, they do, and it's extraordinary. Actually, I should have sent in the picture with the singer that he's a staple in Chicagoland. Really enjoy that every single United Center game. But I had a story along with that I sent into production with Bobby Hull, the late, great Golden Jet from the Chicago Blackhawks. And the Blackhawks, kudos to them so far in the season. They're doing pretty well with 30 wins. They're taking on the very hated St. Louis Blues tonight, so that should be a very good game. But I had the opportunity in 2019, and God rest his soul, Bobby Hull passed away in 2023 in my hometown, but he was a Canadian-American. And I told him when I got to meet him that two Roberts don't make a right. And he seemed to enjoy that joke. But he was quite a staple even in the Chicago suburbs. And definitely a lot of these big names in Chicago sports, from Taves to Kane, Jonathan Taves and Patrick Kane of the storied 2010 and 2013, 2015 world champion Chicago Blackhawks. They really are very relatable, especially hockey guys. And something I love about the sport is that even though they fight in there, they get real rough and tumble, and arguably it's harder to hit the ice than it is even to take a football tackle on the turf. But they all shake hands after each series in the playoffs. So I always thought that was really special about the sport. and it seems to be getting more popular now that the pay bracket has, well, really gone through the roof. Back in Bobby Hull's day, these guys weren't really paid much to play the game. They didn't have big TV and sports contracts, but hockey has seemed to become a lot more popular throughout the United States, and especially the southern United States, where it's a bit warmer, so you don't get as much ice as up north.
Yeah, I mean, a shout out to the Las Vegas Golden Knights, or the Vegas Golden Knights, the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Florida Panthers, all these teams in the South, the Dallas Stars. But yeah, I mean, for those that are in Minnesota, or those that are, north of the border, the Edmonton Oilers, I was thinking about a hockey player named Theo Fleury. He was with the Calgary Flames. He was a captain. He wasn't that tall of a guy, but he was a feisty player, scored a ton of goals. Well, guess what? Theo Fleury actually reached out to his team for an interview. Maybe we'll get him next week. But he's a great patriot in Canada, and he is someone that is really on the right side of history. So isn't it great, Robert, that we see people in different countries that are patriots, just like you, just like me, and just like many across this country?
Well, I think it's a realization, too, that, regardless of background, vocation, sport, whatever it might be, whatever we do in society, that the English-speaking world really experienced totalitarianism during COVID. I mean, the lockdowns that were happening in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, even in the UK, and to a certain extent, Ireland, were arguably worse than what was happening even in blue states and blue cities here in America. I mean, we remember the videos of pastors being pulled out of holding hidden locations simply so they could have church there together. I can remember telling my bishop back home that had the opportunity to sing at his installation. That was wonderful. But I told him, I'm like, we really got to get the churches back open, because what was the first thing that they did? It's close the churches, close the gyms, kept people away from family. And I think the biggest travesty out of all of it was people that died alone, the elderly. And at the time, I know that the science wasn't clear. I think we had a lot of questions, but at the same time, I think we look back on that and there's some major regrets.
Yeah, exactly. And all those lockdowns that were being forced in various parts of the country. And then people like Gavin Newsom are photographed being out and eating at the restaurant, which, by the way, the government can say, oh, locked down, but many of us, including myself, was still out. I had to go to a store. What am I going to do? Stay home? It's like, no, I don't live in that kind of tyrannical government. So are there any examples that you have, Robert, of what it was like during COVID that you were like, you know what? I'm not going to wear a mask today?
Oh, it was a lot of them. I mean, it was amazing to watch what was happening in the Chicago area at the time. And then Governor Pritzker put together a 5-stage program for different regions of the state that really had nothing to do with the viability, the vitality, and really addressed the core needs of people living in those areas, because 85% of the state actually lives in Chicago and the Collier County. So 6 counties out of 102 have the vast majority of the population, but had very different re-entering rates compared to way down south, where actually down south they could have reopened much, much earlier, but they had some of the same restrictions based on Chicago, even though you have counties of roughly 1,000 or 2,000 tops population. So that especially affected, farmers to ranchers to a number of different people who could not get access to daily needs based on this governor who was focused solely on his hometown of Chicago. So it was really a ridiculous thing to watch. And I have to give a lot of credit to Governor DeSantis and to Governor Kemp of Georgia at the time, because they were truly two of the more brave individuals who reopened government when a lot of people were saying, hey, I don't think we should do this. And that's why a lot of people ended up moving down to the southeast.
Let's shift over. And speaking of governors, the gubernatorial race is going to heat up there in Minnesota, as you know. I know you interviewed Mike Lindell just the other day. Your thoughts about that race in Minnesota, and what a difference that would be from a Tim Walz to a Mike Lindell.
Oh, yes, no question about it, because Mike has been so consistent on a number of different things, and leading with freedom first and with people having the opportunity to make decisions for themselves. So imagine having someone like him during COVID. That would have been a huge blessing. But what you have up there is eclectic characters who have been elected as governor of Minnesota. So, for the naysayers out there, especially our friend Jimmy Kimmel, don't necessarily keep Mike Lindell out of the narrative, because Jesse the Body Ventura, he was elected back in the late 1990s. In fact, President Trump, way back when, considering the 2000 Reform Party nomination, initially running for that against Pat Buchanan for president, actually visited Jesse Ventura to see how he put his campaign together way up there in Minnesota. So it'll be interesting to watch from Tim Pawlenty now, really a conservative darling, to the far left progressive Tim Walz. Minnesota has a very interesting way of going through different patterns here. Now, the primary will be interesting because you have Speaker of the House Lisa DeMuth running. I guess she'd be seen more as the establishment figure in all this, but very articulate, very well spoken. And the House of Representatives just went from Democrat rule to Republican rule. So it's a very, very narrow majority there in Minnesota, lots to fight for. And the Democrat Party there is actually the Democrat Farm Labor Party. So they really had taken over farming and ranching rights and made that a big part of their movement dating back to the mid-20th century. But I think the DFL has really failed farmers recently, especially exporting their rights and their ability to get things done, overseas, because the Democrats now, they don't even want country of origin on the label. That's been a big thing in the House of Representatives, and it's been a big thing for a lot of farmers locally, just to give them back their rights and their ability to make money in the process. So there'll be an interesting race to watch up in Minnesota, but definitely don't discount Mike in this process, because he's a true American patriot.
That's exactly it. So it's a 1-2 punch. He has the name recognition, then he has the patriotic aspect about him. So the people of Minnesota are probably so sick of Tim Walz, at least the majority of the people there in Minnesota. So Mike has a real chance in winning this. Again, name recognition and the true patriot that he is. If you think about it, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Ronald Reagan, Donald Trump, Ventura, these are guys that were outsiders in a way and got in there and won somewhat because people knew who the person was. But outside of that, more importantly, in my opinion, Mike just being that great election security expert. And your thoughts, Robert, and we're going to shift over back to sports in just a second, since we're awaiting the president there, as he's going to be honoring the 1980 Olympic men's hockey team, the United States hockey team, of course, beating the Soviets back in the day. But your opinion about what Mike's all about, what I believe you and I and many others across the country are about, voter reform. So what would you like to be seen done? If we can have it done today, what would you say needs to be done today in order for us to have simply free and fair elections?
Well, I think first and foremost from the federal aspect, because again, this is states and localities who are regulating elections. So from the Secretary of State's offices to county clerks, the big thing has to be, from a federal aspect, is to completely reform motor voter from the Clinton era and actually get rid of it altogether, because this is the problem that we've been seeing ever since the late 90s. In certain cases, it was really ramped up in the last few years, where you get a license or a state ID and that automatically can register you in some cases. Also, the automatic allowing of ballots out to every registered voter. I saw that directly in Alaska at my residence. The last 3 people who had lived there came out, their ballots were mailed out directly without their consent to my address. And it just creates an opportunity for fraud to take place in that situation. I was not even registered in Alaska yet. I had 3 different ballots coming to my residence of people who had been there prior. So when that happens, that happened in California as well. You just have more opportunities for cheating to occur. I think also at the local level, there needs to be a reason, as there used to be, for absentee voting. So whether it be the military, you'll be out of town, there has to be a reason made and accepted by the election board, by the county commissioner, by the county clerk, by the Secretary of State, so you can have all this. And ultimately, if not getting rid of machines totally, at least having that option for the paper ballots. That's crucial, I think, in all this. So there is a separate record, different than the immediate count from the machine. So you can go back into these things and actually see what was done in case there is such a close number, or in case there is any kind of problem, as we saw what happened in Arizona, even regarding the Maricopa County in a big Republican area on election day. Those machines had gone down, and many people did not have the ability to vote as a result, or it took hours and hours. So, on the conservative side as well, whatever system you do have, make sure you go out there and vote early. Get a plan, get it done, and it clears the way for our candidates or people on the right side of history to go out there and reach the other voters. Because once you do make that vote, campaigns are notified that they've been in there and they did that. So that's a huge way to track it going into the final days. And I also do believe as well, like President Trump has said, we don't need these marathons of weeks and weeks of voting. I can understand some form of early voting, but we don't need 40 plus days.
Exactly right. And you look at voter identification, proof of citizenship, and the list goes on. So we're looking forward to seeing voter reform in our country. Again, this is not for just a Republican or independent or a Democrat to win. This is simply for a free and fair election. That's the way things are run here in this country. So hopefully we get that voter identification and a number of other aspects to it. Robert McNeely, thanks again for joining us for quite some time now. I know we're awaiting the president there at the White House, and the photo that you had with Mr. Hull there in Chicago, I understand that you also went to some of the other NHL outdoor games. Can you tell us about those experiences?
Oh, I did. Yeah, last year was actually, like, the Blackhawks are playing the Blues tonight. The Blues came to town to Wrigley Field. So my brother and I went on New Year's Eve last year, and that's quite a sight to see if you haven't been to their Winter Classics, which have been played around, I believe, Boston now. I want to say it was once in New York City, but they've been doing this the last decade of these outdoor winter games. And the players seem to love it, and really it's an absolute blast. You got to bundle up and make sure you know what you're doing, but it was actually very comfortable at Wrigley Field. And then my brother and I actually got into, so Wrigley Field has been somewhat renovated, which it was very much needed under the Ricketts when they purchased it from the Tribune, Chicago Tribune, and we ended up in, I want to say it was the party of wives, girlfriends, family members of the Blues. We were the only two people with Blackhawks jerseys in one of the new bar areas that's off of the, I want to say it's the first base dugout. So that was a fun moment, and folks that really come from around the world. So like soccer with FIFA in 2026 coming up, hockey kind of has that relatability. It might not be worldwide, but you have so many of Western and Eastern Europeans, Nordic culture to Canadians. It really brings the world together for sport and for competition and for a lot of fun. So those are some great competitions. You have a chance to go do that at iconic stadiums outside where they are normally not in session during the winter months. It's quite a sight to see.
Exactly. And then the NHL, National Hockey League, a bunch of players from all around the world playing in the United States of America. The president, of course, will honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team when they won gold, beating the USSR in what is widely known as the Miracle on Ice. Robert, have you watched that clip before I let you go when it was Al Michaels back in 1980 and the United States won? They're throwing their hockey gloves up, their sticks, and he says, "Do you believe in miracles?" And then the whole nine. Have you seen that clip? And what is it like to, be patriotic and love a sport?
Well, it's actually one of my favorite movies with Kurt Russell playing the coach and getting a ragtag group together from all of those different colleges. It's much different than the NIL now, and it was way before these students were paid, whatever side of the aisle you're on regarding that issue. But it's an amazing thing to look back on. And Al Michaels, what an incredible career in calling different sports and games, and just doing so recently with Tom Brady for some football. So what an illustrious career to look towards. He's an American patriot in so many different ways. And to have a call like that is, I think, something that many of us in this business hope to have at one point, or to be part of, because he's always a part of American history and world history as a result of the words, the emotion, and that moment that really changed the direction in the Cold War as well. I mean, sports have a big effect on culture and the direction of geopolitical affairs, and that definitely did that day with a ragtag bunch of 18 to 22-year-olds.
Yep, in Lake Placid, New York. Quite the scene there back in 1980. RSBN host Robert McNeely, thanks again for joining us, and we'll see you again here soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you. Good stuff there to catch up with my colleague, Robert McNeely. All right, so it is 3:47 Friday, December 12th. My name is Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for live streaming in. If you'd like to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network, just maybe let's go with Truth Social. At RSBN is where you could find us. And then also on X, it's at RSB Network. 2 places you can follow. Also, if you'd like to download the app or go to the website, many of you watch on Rumble. A number of you watch on YouTube as well. So thanks so much for streaming in. We're still awaiting the president there. We haven't had a live feed yet. So as soon as we get one, we will bring it to you live. In the meantime, let's take a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Welcome back in to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're about 10 minutes to the top of the hour, 4 o'clock on the East Coast, Friday, December 12th. Of course, President Trump will honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team when they won gold, beating the Soviets, the USSR, back in, again, 1980, and what is known, of course, as the Miracle on Ice. So we're going to see a number of the players there at the Oval Office. So the president's going to sign a Congressional Medal Act. We're hearing a quote from the Olympic Regional Development Authority saying, quote, "Today is a historic moment as the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team is honored with the Congressional Gold Medal. When the president's signature happens, the legislation will be law. The U.S. Mint will begin designing and striking the medals, and Lake Placid looks forward to displaying one at the Olympic Center. We congratulate the players and the Herb Brooks family on this well-deserved recognition and their enduring legacy, which continues to inspire athletes and fans nationwide," end quote. So that is Lake Placid there. And then to the left of the screen, in the sense of the back left corner, is where the Herb Brooks Arena is, where our great United States Patriots and hockey players won gold back in 1980. All right, so we're going from New York. Let's go to Minnesota as we await President Trump in Washington. As we know, Mike Lindell just made that official announcement to run for governor. So let's go from one cold region, Lake Placid, over to Minnesota. A shout out to the hockey teams all throughout that state as well. I know it's a huge sport in that state. But let's go to Mike Lindell's announcement once again. And again, as soon as we see that live feed for the president, we'll take you right there.
Many of you already know me. You know that I was a crack cocaine addict along with many other addictions. And you also know that by the grace of God that I overcame my addiction to drugs on January 16, 2009. You also know that I founded the Lindell Recovery Network to help others overcome their addictions. You know that I founded the amazing, successful company, MyPillow. You know that MyPillow and myself have spent millions providing aid to hurricane victims, flood victims, fire victims, struggling inner cities, and of course those struggling with drug addiction. I was the media darling. They'd say, Mike, how many former addicts are you hiring? How many veterans are you hiring? And they would say, wow, your company, you're the American dream on steroids. And then in the summer of 2016, I met Donald Trump on August 15, 2016 in a divine appointment. He reached out to me to discuss how, MyPillow, how is it making all your products here in the USA? And from that point on, the media turned on me. Of course, you all know the story. They've attacked me ever since. You also know that on February 18, 2017, I gave my life to Jesus Christ. I had a few months later, I went on to lead over 50,000 people in prayer at US Bank Stadium. I thought that was going to be my only calling, leading people to Jesus Christ. I had never voted. I didn't think politics mattered. Then along came the 2020 election. And you all know that I have been relentless in making people aware of the fraud in our elections. You know that others have used lawfare to tear me down because of my efforts. Our own federal government under Joe Biden launched Operation Arctic Frost to target me and others who wanted to secure our elections. They tried to take away my voice. They targeted my banks. They targeted my suppliers. They even took my phone, and I run my entire business enterprise off my phone. They didn't just attack me, they also went after my employee-owned company, MyPillow. Well, it didn't work. I'm still standing, MyPillow is still standing, and now I want you to know that I will stand for you as the next governor of the state of Minnesota. I will stand for you against the rampant fraud under Governor Walz. I will stand with you against the crime that threatens the safety of you and your families. I will stand for you against government-sponsored theft of your livelihood via exploding property taxes, excessive fees, and unfair sales tax. I'll stand for you against unnecessary regulations that strangle the entrepreneurial spirit. I will stand for businesses of all sizes, small, medium, large, doesn't matter. We need to defend those who provide our citizens with the jobs that they need so we can, in turn, take care of our families. I will stand for those of you that are struggling with addiction. I will stand for you by making Minnesota's education system one of the best in the nation. I am not alone in standing for you. I've never been alone. My Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, has been standing beside me all the way. Through the good times and the bad, he's never let me down. And with God's grace, I will never let you down either. Those who know me, they know I'm up to the task. I've had my finger on my pulse of my business operations, and we've all heard of the rampant fraud that occurred on the watch of Tim Walz. Either he was grossly negligent, incompetent, or complicit with the fraud. The governor is the chief executive of the state. He is responsible for the integrity of government operations under his authority. Everyone who knows me knows that I micromanage and macromanage my companies. I work tirelessly in making sure that we remove blocks and achieve our objectives. What does Tim Walz know about the operation of Minnesota's government programs? We know that over $1 billion in fraud under his watch has already been found. Whistleblowers from within Minnesota indicate that that fraud may reach as high as $8 billion. The entire fiscal year of Minnesota's budget in 2025 is $59 billion. The price of our state government has been inflated due to this fraud. This means that families are paying too much for government. Families have been taken advantage of, and others have not been taken care of. This means that businesses are drained of all the financial resources they need to hire new employees, to invest in new products, and to modernize existing operations. When it was leaked to the media that I was filing to run for governor of Minnesota, they're right here that leak, the media pundits were quick to make comments like, what does Mike know about being a politician? Let me be clear, I don't want to be like a politician. It's professional politicians that have gotten us into all this trouble. Over the last 5 years, I've traveled all across this country to speak with politicians about election fraud. I've come to the conclusion that the vast majority of politicians are not concerned with our best interests. They're concerned with special interests, including their own self-interest. Many have hidden agendas that don't help any of us, and usually they're evil agendas. I want to be a leader, not a politician. I want to solve problems, not create problems. This is what I do. I solve problems. That's what I've always done. I've lived the American dream on steroids, solving one problem after another on the path to success. The role of government is to secure the rights of the governed. As a citizen and a business leader, I've already been working towards that end. I've been working to secure our voice at the voting booth against powerful enemies. These enemies don't care what you have to say. I do. They want to silence our voices. I put everything on the line to preserve it. As the next governor of Minnesota, I will stand for your rights. Together, we will restore respect for law and order. If you are here illegally, now's the time to leave, or you're going to be sent back where you came from. If you're stealing from Minnesota taxpayers, you need to be put in prison. If you're committed to increasing the tax burden on Minnesotans, you need to find a different line of work. We need to stop the explosion of property taxes. We need to stop excessive fees. We need to stop penalizing the brick and mortar businesses that provide jobs for our families. We need to ensure that our parents and teachers are empowered with the ability to choose the best education options for our kids. In short, we need to make government more about your needs and about your quality of life rather than the needs of those who crave the power to tell us how to live our lives. This means that you need a voice. They've tried to take away my voice. They tried to take away your voice. We can't let this happen again. That's why I'm standing for you. I'm standing for all of our God-given rights. The right to life, the right to liberty, the right to pursue happiness. The purpose of government is to secure these rights. Governor Walz and his supporters have instead been stealing these rights. This fraud needs to end now. If you will stand with me as the next governor of Minnesota, our future will be amazing.
A great statement there from Mike Lindell. And one of the things he said, quote, they want to silence our voices. And he said, I put everything on the line to save it. So good luck to Mike Lindell there in Minnesota. A lot of great Patriots in that state. This is a race to watch, of course, in Minnesota. Meantime, let's go to Huntsville, Alabama, live right now, where the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, will be speaking at U.S. Space Command. I believe the Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama is speaking now as well.
And I'm just looking forward to it. I'm looking forward from the ground to the top. And it's going to be here very quickly. And again, it's a special day for all of us. So thank you. God bless you. And God bless Alabama. And God bless America.
Thank you, Senator Tuberville. Please welcome U.S. Senator for Alabama, Katie Britt.
The importance of today cannot be understated. Today marks a significant step forward for American military space leadership. As we reflect on today, I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank Secretary Hegseth for for putting the needs of Americans front and center and making sure that you selected the best place for our national security. I also want to reflect on our delegation's work together. You heard it from Senator Tuberville, but we all worked in lockstep to try to help make this happen. That means Democrat, Republican, that means House and Senate, making sure that we used every tool in our toolbox to bring Space Command home. I especially want to thank Chairman Mike Rogers, who led the way for all of us. You showed us what real leadership meant, you stood in the gap, and you made today possible. Additionally, I want to thank this community. We know that big things like this happen when local, state, and federal leaders work together for the greater good. But this community is special, and the men and women of Huntsville and Madison County made sure that you were prepared every step of the way for us to bring this home. Without the work that you did, without the foundation you laid, this would not have been possible. So as we welcome General Whiting to the great state of Alabama, you will be sure to welcome him with open arms and make sure he knows why we call this Sweet Home Alabama. We know that Alabama was chosen based on merit. We know that Alabama was chosen because this is the best place for Space Command when it comes to national security. And now we're excited for the world to see what we have always known, and that is that national defense means a great deal to Alabama. But we here know that Alabama means a great deal to our national defense. Thank you. God bless, and I look forward to seeing what's coming here at Redstone that'll help impact the entire nation and ultimately the world.
Thank you, Senator Britt. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome U.S. Representative Mike Rogers, 3rd U.S. Congressional District.
This really is a great day, and we've been waiting on it a long time. A lot of y'all don't know the history, but a little less than a decade ago, Congress began the work on trying to make sure we retook our dominant position in space. It became obvious that if we were going to be successful at winning wars and keeping ourselves out of wars, we were going to have a dominant role in space that we had allowed to slip away from us. We worked with President Trump to pull the space mission out of the Air Force and stand up the Space Force. President Trump recognized that we were going to have to reconstitute Space Command as a separate combatant command again. And he pulled it out of STRATCOM and stood it back up temporarily and said, we're going to have a nationwide competition for the permanent headquarters. Huntsville, Alabama won that competition. There were some states that didn't appreciate that fact. They complained about it. President Trump said, fine, we'll take that in consideration. We'll have a do-over. We'll change the criteria to accommodate your concerns. We had another nationwide competition. Huntsville, Alabama won it again. The last 3 secretaries of the Air Force, Barbara Barrett under the first Trump administration, Frank Kendall under the Biden administration, and Troy Mink under this administration, all have reviewed those results and said the exact same thing. Huntsville won. Huntsville's where it should be. There was a little effort to try to subvert that. This delegation stuck together to make sure that did not happen. And I can't overstate, Democrat, Republican, every member did their part to make sure that did not happen. And thank you, Mr. Secretary Hegseth and President Trump for coming in and making sure today happens. I want you to understand, this is about our national security. If we are going to stay safe and be successful when it comes to military endeavors, we have to control space. Space Command is going to be a critical part of making that happen, and it wouldn't have happened but for Secretary Hegseth and President Trump. Thank you very much. Roll Tide.
Thank you, Representative Rogers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome U.S. Representative Dale Strong, 5th U.S. Congressional District.
What a great day for Alabama. It's an honor to be here today to mark the beginning of a new pivotal chapter for for Huntsville, for Alabama, and for the future of Space Command. Since day one, the Rocket City and Redstone Arsenal has been firmly focused on the future and are ready to embrace the critical mission of Space Command right here in North Alabama. For more than 6 decades, our community has stood at the very center of America's space story. Huntsville is where unparalleled talent, cutting-edge innovation, and mission readiness meet. We don't cut corners. We don't seek praise. Excellence is only expectation, because this community is laser focused on doing what is best for national security. Space Command will not just exist here, it will thrive here. Together we will work to ensure the United States maintains decisive dominance in space domain for generations to come. I want to express my sincere gratitude to President Donald Trump for putting national security first. I also want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth, General Whiting, Secretary Mink for their steadfast commitment to moving quickly and decisively. I also want to thank Alabama's congressional delegation, Coach Tommy Tuberville, Senator Katie Britt, Representative Robert Adderholt, Terry Sewell, Gary Palmer, Barry Moore, Shamari Figures, and Alabama's 8th member, Scott DeJarlais from Tennessee. I want to thank you because our workforce is dependent on our neighbors. We're the lead employer for 4 counties in southern Tennessee, and our labor force comes from 17 counties in North Alabama and southern Tennessee. I'll tell you this right here, we definitely can't go further, and why I held him last is Chairman Mike Rogers. I can tell you this, if not for his vision and his fight, this day would have never come. Chairman Rogers, thank you. I want to thank you for fighting for our national security. I want to thank the governor of Alabama. I want to thank Mayor Tommy Tuberville, the Huntsville City Council, the Madison County Commission, Chairman Mac McCutcheon. I thank you. It takes a team, and we wouldn't be here today without each of you. Today has been a long time coming. I'm proud to have been a small part of this team, this process, every step of the way. First as chairman of the Madison County Commission, now as the congressman representing the 5th District of Alabama, the new home of the United States Space Command headquarters. With this headquarters here at Redstone Arsenal, it will be strong, it will be more secure. The mission is clear: to conduct operations in, from, and to space, to deter conflict, and if necessary, defeat aggression. Let's move fast, let's move smart to get people in place and capabilities rolling. North Alabama is ready. Redstone Arsenal is ready. Space Command is ready. And this is just the beginning of what we will accomplish together. Our time is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Strong. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome the Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Thank you very much. It's a blessing and an honor to be here. I want to say congratulations to Alabama, congratulations to Huntsville, congratulations to Redstone Arsenal, congratulations to this entire delegation. The leadership from the chairman to the delegation, Senator Britt, Mayor, Governor, Coach, Senator, whatever your title is. Congratulations. You guys represent your state extremely well. And I also want to pass my congratulations and thanks from President Trump. He wanted me to pass the message on Space Command to Alabama. Welcome home. It's been mentioned, and it's true, and I won't belabor it, but President Trump has understood the importance of the space domain from the beginning, from his first term, and you laid it out well, Mr. Chairman. From recognizing the importance and the need for a Space Force, to the recognition of reestablishing SpaceCom, to commissioning the study to look into it, to choosing this place, to commissioning another study, to then ensuring in his second term, once again, the Air Force Secretary made the right choice, recommended to me, recommended to the President, that this is the place to continue to establish space dominance right here in Alabama. And when you look at what we're doing at the Department of War, you know, we are defending the homeland and the hemisphere. We're deterring adversaries. We're working with our allies to burden share and shift those burdens. We're looking at rebuilding the defense industrial base, which is what we're doing right here. We're reviving the warrior ethos, rebuilding the military, reestablishing deterrence. And then when you look at what President Trump's doing, it's America first, peace through strength, and then the old one that fits just perfect, common sense. It is common sense that this is precisely where Space Command should be. It is common sense that we need to move rapidly and expeditiously, and we will. Colonel, you're right. It normally takes prayers to be on time and under budget. Just no doubt. But as General Whiting knows, he met with us at the Pentagon just a few weeks ago. We are deadly serious in committing to cutting every piece of red tape and bureaucracy to get this headquarters established as quickly as humanly possible. So yes, in some ways today is symbolic, but it's not. It's a recognition of a full speed ahead, full steam motion to ensure that we break ground, we move, we build, we move people, we move capabilities right where it should be as quickly as possible. Because first it was he who controls the skies, now it's he who controls the space domain, understands what the future of warfare will look like and who maintains that dominance. Your delegation has understood that. President Trump understands that. We are completely committed to it at every level, and that's why I'm here today. Because the quicker we establish this, the more robust the capabilities are, the more likely we are able to deter the next conflict and, if necessary, stand prepared to overwhelmingly defeat our enemies, which is the responsibility of the War Department, which is what the House Armed Services Committee and the other committees enable us to do, and we're committed to delivering it. So God bless you all. God bless this great state. And I'm not saying anything about college football teams. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Now, Secretary Hegseth, Honorable Mink, General Whiting, General Mohan, Command Sergeant Major Garza, and Chief Master Sergeant Simmons, please join Secretary Hegseth to unveil the U.S. Space Command's signage. This signifies U.S. Space Command's official move and marks the home of the command's permanent headquarters here at Redstone Arsenal, Alabama, a federal center of excellence. Now we will start the countdown at 3, and at the 0 mark, unveil the sign. Got it? All right. All together, please. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Now, the 101st Airborne Division Band from Fort Campbell, Kentucky will now play the Armed Forces Medley. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as your service song is played. This new sign bearing the U.S. Space Command seal will stand as a symbol of vigilance, honor, and the warriors who protect our nation in space. Thank you all for being here to witness this historic milestone. Together, we will ensure there is never a day without space. This concludes the ceremony. This will defend.
All right, so you're watching live from Huntsville, Alabama. Blue skies and I believe in the 60-degree temperature framework there. So always nice to see a little bit warmer in the south. Of course, we were just in Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, where the low was 6 degrees the other day. So wherever you're watching from, thank you so much for watching as we are still waiting for that live feed from the White House. In the meantime, what that was, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and other dignitaries speaking at the future site of U.S. Space Command in Huntsville, Alabama. This as we're awaiting that live event at the White House where President Trump will honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team when they won gold, beating the USSR, and what is widely known as the Miracle on Ice. So the Congressional Medal Act signing is set to take place today. It was originally scheduled at 3 o'clock. Well, as you see, it's 4:22. We're standing by here with you. And in a statement from the New York State Olympic Regional Development Authority, they say, quote, "Today is a historic moment as the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team is honored with the Congressional Gold Medal. With the president's signature, the legislation will be law. The U.S. Mint will begin designing and striking the medals, and Lake Placid looks forward to displaying one at the Olympic Center. We congratulate the players and the Herb Brooks family on this well-deserved recognition and their enduring legacy, which continues to inspire athletes and fans nationwide," end quote. If you're just joining us, we talked a lot about ice hockey earlier in the broadcast. Some say cool, some say whatever, but hey, it's a great sport. If you've ever seen a game out there, always fun to see some hockey, to be honest with you. It's a great sport to watch live. Meantime, as you guys know, there's a ton of stories out there. We're tracking one of the top headlines of the day for the hopeful release of Patriot Tina Peters from that Colorado State jail, praying for her release, as just yesterday the president pardoned her, but that was for any federal charges. Well, now the governor there, Polis, is doubling down and keeping her in jail there. So we'll see how that all transpires. We're also keeping an eye on any possible developments between our country and places like Venezuela, and just keeping our eye out there for just various stories. In the meantime, since we're talking Space Force, why not go to a video with Space Force? This again, as we await the president there at the Oval Office on this Friday, December 12th. Before we go to a new video from the Space Force, or actually one that was posted a couple months back, a new video for the broadcast. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez, and on X, it's at Matthew US Media. If you'd like to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network, we're at RSBN on Truth Social and at RSB Network on X. So this next video is about bravery through preparation. Space Force Guardian and NASA astronaut Brigadier General Nick Hague shares how true courage begins before launch. Check it out.
I gotta say, it's my first time, so the excitement's gonna start as soon as the engines light on the launch pad and getting to experience the
liftoff of the Soyuz MS-10.
Emergency, the failure of the booster.
So I spent 2 years training to be perfect in the moment of launch, to get to space. And, really getting there is the first 8 minutes, and then you've got this whole, 6-month mission that happens afterwards, and a lot of your training is focused on that as well. You've been working your whole life for this moment, right? It's all built up to this, and then you're off.
Nick Hague's first.
We're stepping through everything we need to step through, and then we're about 2 minutes into the flight, and then you hear these ka-chunk, ka-chunk, and that's the pyros essentially pushing these large external tanks away. And then, that's when simultaneously there's a red light yelling at us with an alarm, and another light that says there's a rocket failure, and we're being shaken side to side, and there's these two kind of bang bang, which are solid rocket motors that fired off to pull us away. For the person in the seat, there's a lot of stress, and the pressure's on, and you go through something like that. But it's happening to you, and you're a little bit in control of what's going on, and you're getting all the information right away. For the family sitting at the side, watching it all go down, they aren't getting information right away. They're getting conflicting information because there's always a little bit of what is true and what's not. And so I think it's 10 times harder to be a family member watching somebody that you know launch into space than it is to actually go yourself.
All right, so the United States Space Force covering that a little bit right now because the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, was just speaking there in Huntsville, Alabama. Beautiful sunny skies there on this December 12th. As we await the president for this event there, kind of a sports event today when it comes to honoring the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team. Of course, the Miracle on Ice. Do you believe in miracles? You remember that with Al Michaels? Well, a number of the players will be there at the White House. We've been talking a little bit of sports today, a little bit of space when it comes to Space Command. And of course, covering this all live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, keeping you up to date on some of the stories out there, including the freeing of Tina Peters, which we're still awaiting to happen out of Colorado. So that's a story that we're tracking. And of course, outside of all of today's news, we're always doing this from that lens and perspective of God, family, country, and freedom. Common sense, truth, justice, and the American way. All the things that we, the people, the majority of this nation believes in. So on the right side of history with that. And we hope for more and more wins to save our country. And especially winning those midterms and, of course, the next presidential election. But there's a lot of work to get done. All right, let's do this. Since it's about the bottom of the hour, looking like a beautiful day there in Washington, D.C., actually, we can go to a Flashback Friday where I interviewed someone with the Space Force some time ago, since we're on the Space Force coverage right now as we await the president there at the White House. So let's take a look at that interview from some time ago. Joining us now is United States Space Force Lieutenant Colonel Felix Abeyta. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time with us here on Right Side.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Always excited to talk about the Space Force.
Yeah, definitely. And we're excited to have you to hear about Space Force. I mean, at the end of the day, we're 5 years in to that great military branch. Talk to us about how things are going at the Space Force.
Yeah, like you mentioned, we're only 5 years into this. And so with that comes a lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunities. We are by far the smallest force, but we have the largest area of operations that we're responsible for. So when you look at space, the orbits, everything we offer, we have a pretty big bang for our buck.
So as a Lieutenant Colonel, what are some of your duties, sir? And also, can you talk to us about the overall mission of Space Force?
Yeah, so as Guardians, we're organized into two separate areas, our enlisted force as well as our officer force. So as a Lieutenant Colonel, I'm a field grade officer, and that comes with a couple different responsibilities. Some of my counterparts will be squadron commanders, which is really one of our smaller units, and it's designed to really focus on specific mission areas and offer specific capabilities. And so I currently serve as a Senate liaison officer, so I work up on the Hill, answering questions and really helping to endorse the Space Force and everything we have going on.
It's quite awesome to see, the military branches and the flags, and to see the Space Force flag. And obviously President Trump bringing this to pass, some years ago. Just your thoughts about the we the people, that they support all of the branches of the military, including Space Force, but also being connected to President Trump. A lot of people really, really happy about that.
Yeah, he was the one who started us in December of 2019. And so had the vision to put us there. And since then, we've only continued to grow. And so one of the unique things about us is a lot of us actually started as Air Force officers, but we also have the ability to bring in inter-service transfers. And so we're comprised of not only former Air Force officers, but also Navy, Marines, Army. We've been able to bring them all in. And so as we integrate those personnel to the Space Force, it offers us a unique perspective and how we really approach the space domain. And so being able to grow and see in these 5 years, we're only about 9,000 current active duty. And, even with that, we're still able to do a lot of different things, whether you talk position navigation and timing with our GPS that is built into everything we do, our satellite communications, that's all supported through the Space Force. And to be able to do that from a joint perspective is something we're excited to get after every day.
Lieutenant Colonel, what is it like to be in your position there with the United States Space Force for you personally? I mean, growing up, did you ever think that you would work for the United States Space Force?
No, I mean, it is shocking every day to think we have a chance to wear our blue name tags and get out there and really help the mission that is the Space Force, right? Our mission statement is in, from, and to space, and that really is important to us. We not only protect the things that go up through our assured access to space programs, but also things that exist up there in every orbit. One of the unique things is that Space Force exists in the space domain, and there's a commercial aspect to that. There's a science and technology, and there's also a defense aspect to that. And so the Space Force doing things like tracking all objects in orbit, that's a huge deal, and it affects a number of different organizations, to include Colonel Nick Hague, who's coming back down today, right? The International Space Station is up there, and to help keep it safe, we have to track all objects in space and make sure that there's no collision potential. And so doing that as a mission every day is something incredibly unique, and not that many people can say they've had the experience to do it.
It is quite awesome to see the United States Space Force, NASA, SpaceX, just all of this exploration, all of this security now in outer space. It's just wonderful to see it become a reality under President Trump. Finally, sir, just your thoughts about seeing that there are Marines, there are, soldiers, there are Air Force and midshipmen and others that are a part of this whole family called the Space Force. It's pretty awesome to bring in, as you mentioned before, the military branches into the Space Force as well.
Yeah, definitely. And to bring all of those different perspectives for the challenges we face in the future are hugely important for us. I think it's also important to note that within the joint service across the Department of Defense, space is really baked into everything that we do as a nation. And so to have a service dedicated to really ensuring that those assets are protected, safe, and that we're even looking into the future of how do we continue to build things that not only the Department of Defense needs, but also the nation as a whole, right? To have that perspective, to be looking at the future every day. I mean, it's an awesome experience to be able to do that, and you talk to any Guardian and they're all going to love their job, because every day we're challenged. It's how do we come up with the next thing while also maintaining those key activities that we have to do every day anyway. So the blending of those together, and then when you look at the workforce we have, it's really, really exciting.
And we don't want to leave out, of course, the great U.S. Coast Guard and the National Guard. I'm sure people from all of these branches and these military sectors are in the family of the United States Space Force. Pretty awesome stuff.
Oh, definitely. And I think even if they're not participating in it, they're receiving the capabilities that we provide, right? And they rely on it every day. And so carrying that responsibility of knowing that, hey, our basic economy runs off that, defense runs off that. It's all integrated through space. And so having the ability to interact with it is a really important mission.
Lieutenant Colonel Felix Abeda with the United States Space Force. Sir, thank you for your service. Thank you for what you're doing for our country. And thank you for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hey, thanks for having us, and thanks for looking out for Colonel Nick Hague. Appreciate it.
And also got a chance to interview the Colonel and Space Force Guardian Nick Hague, who, remember, was one of our military service members that went up to space to rescue the two astronauts. If you recall the splashdown and all of that, I believe it was over the summer. So, yeah, a lot of news when you look back at 2025. There's just a lot that's happened. Obviously, 2026 is going to be jam-packed with a ton of news because we know that the midterms are that year. Our birthday for this country, 250th birthday on July 4th. A lot going on, and we're going to be tracking it, monitoring it here in conservative media. So glad you're with us as it's 4:34 Eastern time. The original schedule was for 3 o'clock for the event for President Trump to honor the United States hockey team, of course, from 1980, the Miracle on Ice. So a number of the players will be there. And are there. So as soon as we get that live feed, which we're starting to see some things behind the scenes happen in a good way, in the sense of a live feed happening. So looking forward to going there live. Now, speaking of the military, the Army-Navy game, I believe, is tomorrow. So that's going to be quite fun to watch and see who wins that one. But in the meantime, we know that we're, of course, tracking a lot of stories here at the network. So let's go into a few things that I was kind of thinking about the other day. And I mentioned them earlier, but sometimes the common sense, just tell it like it is the best way to go, because why confuse or why be, trying to spin and do all this stuff? Why not just be real, right? So I mentioned earlier about freedom and tyranny and truth versus lies. Truth serves good, and then the lies, they serve evil. Duh, right? But it's common sense. And isn't that interesting, though? Because we talk about truth, we talk about lies a lot, as in saying that is a lie, that's true. It's true to think law and order is a good thing, or it's true to think we have to have a closed border, or it's true to think or say let's have secure elections, free and fair elections. Those are true statements. Let's have voter ID. Those are things that are common sense, right? But it's a lie to say that the 2020 election, that was a free and fair election. You know what I mean? So we have to remember what we're dealing with here. And regardless of where you get your news, whether it's on X or Truth Social or with Right Side Broadcasting Network or conservative media or other networks out there, we all know at this point, is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? It's kind of like a duh moment. You know, we don't need to make it all confusing like the left does. Thank God again for conservative media and conservative broadcasting and conservative podcasts and citizen journalists and people that have much bigger following. I mean, I have a small following on here, but it's not really a following. It's just, I love patriots, right? All of you guys. So we're kind of, you know, in this community on Truth Social. On X, it's a little bit different. We get that because there's a lot of people on there. But, you know, we just, we like to see and hear from people that resonate with us. We want to be on the same team with those kind of people. The people that are all about freedom for our country. So we know, again, thanking God for the following: family, country, freedom, truth, justice, and the American way, and all of the conservative media aspects out there who stand for America and for freedom. And we know what defines we the people in that sense of God, family, country, and freedom. We know in the conservative media, the truth, the freedom, the common sense, the fake news, the lies, the control, the confusion. And it's really simple. And it's something that you don't need to change the way it is. If something's true, you don't need to mess with it. And what's true about true journalism is the who, what, where, when, why, and how. And the main part of it is the why. Why did that happen? Why is Tina Peters still in prison, in jail in Colorado, when President Trump just pardoned her? Why? You know, we got to find out. That's how you investigate. That's when you start. It's just a curious mind, really. It's just out of curiosity and asking questions. Nothing wrong with that. Let's go to Sunday, September 21st, 2025. I'll talk about that for just a little bit here, as today is kind of like a flashback Friday in a way. But what I'm about to talk about isn't something to have some corny phrase like Flashback Friday, but that day, that memorial in Glendale, Arizona, as all of you guys remember, most of you that are watching right now, whether you're watching this live or on replay, remember that day in Glendale. And remember the Holy Spirit, the power of God just moving through that stadium there where the Arizona Cardinals play, as the late, great Charlie Kirk was memorialized. And that's something that we can't forget here in this country ever, literally ever. That's one of those things that should stay with us, that should inspire us, that should encourage us to keep it on in the Spirit of God, and to keep on going for those of you that are Christian, for Jesus of Nazareth, you know. And if you're not Christian, thank God for being a part of the freedom family. I mean, that's really what this is about, is when it comes to politically speaking, this is a freedom thing under that tent of freedom. But that day was so, so powerful, and I remember covering it right here in this Studio B. I know that if you watched the interview from earlier, that was from Studio A, as that's getting renovated. But I remember sitting right here when the reports from Utah came out on September 10th. And then I remember September 21st in Glendale, Arizona, and what that was like to cover that event. I mean, I was glued to the TV just like many of you were that were not in Arizona on that day. And to hear the gospel of Jesus Christ spoken so clearly and so easily and so simply. And it's really to confound the wise, you know, those that are so-called wise out there. It's a simple message, the gospel, as you guys know. It's just simple, you know. And I can go through it now, but maybe that's for another time. But still, I'm sure there's places, if you don't know what the gospel is, you can look it up and say, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's pretty easy stuff. And again, that brings us back to the common sense of reporting and the conservative media as we move forward. No matter who the president is in the future, of course, we want to have someone in there that is for this country and for freedom, and will keep to the Constitution as the law of the land. But as I said earlier, we're hoping for the best. You hope for the best, you prepare for the worst, because if we do get someone like a Newsom in 29 or in whatever next year, 32 or 34, we got to keep it on in this country. And I know one thing, the fight in this nation, we as Americans, that Gadsden flag, don't tread on me. Yeah, that fight is in us. We know what it is to be free, and we're not going to let go of it. We'll do what we can. We'll pray. We'll work hard. We'll vote. We'll get out the vote. We'll be on the right side of history. But that, man, what else can I say? I'm not reading from a teleprompter. I'm just being honest with you guys that are watching right now. I just really, when it says, the things like God, when I say God, family, freedom, and all that, right? Obviously God first, family right there, country and freedom. But freedom is so big. I mean, that one, regardless of where you're at in a faith walk or in that kind of thing, freedom is what Charlie Kirk stood for and wore that t-shirt that day. That's what it's about. That's what it's all about. So I know that we cover news day in and day out here at the network, and you see all this stuff going on, and there's so much going on. But at the heart of the matter is for us to have that as our focus. If there's any policies out there or anything that happens in general that is anti-freedom, we should speak up about it. It's very basic information. I'm not a rocket scientist. I interview rocket scientists in the sense of people at Space Force, but I don't claim to know everything. I just claim to know that God, family, country, freedom, common sense, truth, justice, and the American way is what this is all about. And I believe any person across the world would believe that to be true no matter where they're from. Because it is the people, the 8 billion, and of course there are some that are all over the place and that kind of thing, but I'm just generally speaking, it's the 8 billion versus the 800. The 800 of the globalists, or the people that are really pulling the strings that we see down here, they're the ones that are trying to come against all of us. So let's win. Let's get this done. Let's vote. Let's work hard. Let's pray hard. Let's speak up. Let's be bold. Let's be courageous. Let's press in to our faith. I'll say one more thing, and I'll get back into the news aspect of things, but the closer we get to God, and it's all a journey, right? But the Bible says that Jesus is, I think, 7 times brighter than the sun. Just imagine when Jesus shows up on the scene again in his return. It says he'll be in a cloud, but he's 7 times brighter than the sun. We can not even look at the sun for more than a second. 7 times. So just imagine his spirit, those of you that believe or those of you that would like to get more of the power of God in your life, if you were to pray and seek God more, just imagine the reflection that you have out there in the world because you're the salt of the earth. So how bright do you want to be out there? How bright? The closer we get to the power of God through Jesus and through the Bible, the more we reflect his power to the world, even though we aren't perfect. He's the only one. Isn't that interesting? That he would still dwell with man. He would dwell with us. That's what this whole thing's about. The Old Testament is the tabernacle. The presence of God would just be and dwell in the tent of the tabernacle. Why? So you can go and be with God. It's the same thing now, but with the Holy Spirit. We are the tabernacle. So let's do what the Bible says. Enter his gates with thanksgiving, his courts with praise. Bow down and worship. Then stand up and meet with your God. If you were to ask me, Matt, what is the purpose of life? That's the answer. He's the one that made it that way. To know God and to make him known. It's pretty simple. And yes, be fruitful and multiply. Get married, have kids, do something great with your life, right? Isn't it simple? And just I want us to remember that. And I'm kind of speaking to myself, to be honest with you. Just you're here to kind of be in on it. But that's really an encouraging message to just kind of be refreshed in that sense. So that's why when I say September 21st, 2025, the power of God, the Holy Spirit moving in that environment there with the late, great Charlie Kirk's memorial, I'm not going to forget about it. And it will always be through that lens and always through that perspective that I report news, that I share news, that I talk. I want to have it through that perspective. Nobody's perfect. Have I cursed? Yes. Have I drank? Yes. Come on. You know what I mean? But I know this, by the renewing of our mind, and as we get closer to God, what are you going to do? Reflect the power of God more and more. So let's do that. Let's press into God. And I know there are people who are older than me that are watching, that are more spiritual than I am that are watching, and all of that. And I would listen to you tell me this, trust me. I'm just saying this to encourage at least one person to say, you know what? I don't care what the world is saying. I got to get closer to God, and I want to be on the right side of history, and I want to be bold, and I am bold, because the Bible says the righteous are as bold as a lion. You're not a sheeple. You don't want to follow, do you? Just follow. Somebody said this, so I believe it now. I just am a sheeple. I follow along. Your choice, your life, one dash. Remember that tombstone. It says the year you're born, the year that you pass is on that tombstone. But what's in the middle? It's a dash. How are you going to spend that quick dash that we have on this earth? We've got Christmas coming up. Hang with your friends, hang with your family. If you don't have family, if you don't have friends, if you find yourself to be single right now, keep praying. Keep learning this skill set, guys, that you need to learn to attract a mate. There's still things we have to do, right? You pray and you have to work hard. That's a combination. It's a balance. You might be wondering, what am I watching right now? Well, the event was scheduled for 3 o'clock Eastern time. This is what you call in the news biz stretching. But I would hope that when I spend my time here on an airwave or streaming wave, that I would use it and not waste or mince words when it comes to what this is all about. So if you've been watching, say you just started watching, you'd be like, what the heck's going on? But if you've been watching for the past couple hours or hour, we were tossing to interviews, live events, all over the place. But when you run out of interviews, when you run out of videos to toss to, when you await to see the president, as we will still see tonight. If for some reason it's delayed 4 hours from now, we'll probably stop the broadcast and just upload it later. But when all of that subsides, what do you have? What do you stand for? What do you believe? Who are you reflecting? Once you're forgiven of sin, it's wiped away. You're clean as snow. And you don't have to work for it. You don't have to work your way into heaven. The guy next to Jesus on the cross who was a robber, he said, remember me. And Jesus says, I'll remember you in paradise. He didn't do one work except for put his faith in Jesus right there. So let's just get this going. Let's encourage each other. Those of you that go to church out there, those of you that don't, you can still have a relationship with God either way. But I will say, I'm praying for and hoping to see a massive, massive, real deal revival that isn't just a mental and emotional thing only. It's an actual Spirit of God, the Spirit of God moving like he did that day, September 21st, 2025. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow on X, it's at Matthew US Media. Let's take a quick commercial break. Everything I just said there, not ever going to forget it. Let's keep on keeping on. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
And great to see Silk there on that commercial as well. We always interview Silk once in a while here at the network, and it's pretty cool to touch base with her. Talk about somebody that's on the right side of history that spits truth. I remember watching one of the rallies that she appeared on. I don't remember where it was at, possibly North Carolina, where she's from. But yeah, you know, give Silk a microphone. Watch out. It's going to be a great time. It's always good to hear from Silk. God bless Silk. And also, God bless America, right? All right, so welcome back here. It's 4:53 Friday, December 12th. Kind of fun to be able to kind of open up like that just a minute ago. So if you're not knowing what I'm talking about, maybe watch it on replay. But we know that President Trump will honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team when they won gold, beating the USSR in what is widely known as the Miracle on Ice. So today, the Congressional Medal Act signing is set to take place, originally scheduled for 3 o'clock. In the meantime, we're going to keep it on. Let's go to a Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, had an event earlier today. Let's go to that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and visit with all of you and wear my tennis shoes. It's been a busy week, and I'm just so grateful to get the chance to discuss our Homeland Security mission, and thank you for all of your partnerships. You have just been absolutely incredible in working with us to fulfill our mission each and every day. For 22 years, know that this organization and its members have facilitated safety of the American people each and every day, and you bring together experts and industry leaders and innovators to do so. I want to give a special thanks to Megan as well for her leadership as the executive director here at the Homeland Security and Defense Forum. She has been here for 13 years and has led with excellence. I also want to thank our acting deputy commissioner, I don't know if he's still here, John Modlin, who's here with CBP, our El Paso sector interim chief patrol agent, Walter Slozer, who also is speaking with you today, maybe already has, and then David as well, who is a former CBP acting commissioner. So grateful for them and their leadership and sharing their expertise and wisdom with all of you. We know that a secure homeland is important not only because of our duty to protect the American people, but also because it's important to ensure that our country remains prosperous. And that's how industry can thrive. I know what it's like to run a business. I'm a farmer and rancher from South Dakota, which you probably know, but also ran several other businesses, including a restaurant, a hunting lodge, and different entities with my family over the years, had the opportunity to serve in Congress and then as governor before I had this position. But that experience all comes to play when it comes to making decisions not only on safety and security, but also how to do so in a way that's accountable to the American taxpayer. So what does the Trump administration under President Trump's leadership want? What do they want to do as far as building partnerships with all of you? What are our goals? And that is what I'm here to discuss with you today. The president wants a country where our citizens can live in peace, where business is booming and opportunity abounds for all of those who play by the rules and follow the law. Today, I'm happy to tell you that President Trump is indeed making America safe again. And I think all of you know that from what you see out on our streets and in our communities today. And he's setting records and breaking records in the process. When President Trump returned to office, one of our top priorities was getting the Department of Homeland Security back on track. As you know, in many situations, our law enforcement officers weren't allowed to do their jobs. People in departments and components under our umbrella were off mission and were not doing the duty that they needed to protect America. For 4 years, the Biden administration pulled DHS and other vital parts of our national security away from our core missions. There's no clearer example than the disastrous open border policies that we saw perpetuated and the invasion which was facilitated by the administration. They brought crime and violence and unprecedented drugs to our communities. Terrorists flooded our country, and countless citizens of adversarial countries waltzed right over our border. Customs and Border Protection was prevented from doing its job, and worse, they were used many times to funnel aliens in as quick as possible. President Trump has put an end to that, delivering the most secure border in American history. In fact, we've just reached our 7th month of 0 illegal aliens released into our streets. Border crossings are down over 93% year over year. Meanwhile, we're removing illegal aliens who came in under the Biden administration. By the end of this year, 2.5 million illegal aliens will have left our country. That includes over 600,000 that were detained and deported, but 1.9 million virtually have left voluntarily through our communication efforts, through the efforts of facilitating plane tickets, and also $1,000 reimbursements for those who choose to go home voluntarily with the opportunity to come back the right way someday. We have seen an incredible amount of interest in fixing things that have been done wrong in the past. As a result, we have also deterred countless would-be border crossings from entering into our country. DHS, as you know, was founded after 9/11. It was founded to put all of the government agencies and components under one umbrella to fight terrorism and to protect the homeland, and that's exactly what we're doing under President Trump. From January to November of this year, ICE alone arrested and removed over 1,100 known or suspected terrorists that were on our terrorist watch list from January through November. And we're driving that number up every day. That is not counting the individuals that were arrested and encountered by other agencies or departments. President Trump has designated many cartels and gangs, other criminal groups such as foreign terrorist organizations, and designating them under that allows us to go after those killers with more tools than we've ever had before. Through our Homeland Security Task Forces, which I co-lead alongside our Attorney General Pam Bondi, DHS is working with other departments as well as our international partners and organizations to crack down on cartels and terrorists and other transnational criminal organizations. Since late August, the Homeland Security Task Force has seized more than 461 metric tons of drugs and millions of dollars in assets. Last weekend, CBP under the Homeland Security Task Force stopped nearly 6,000 pounds of meth from coming into the country from San Diego at a port of entry. And that bust would not have happened without the robust security that we have at the border. The bottom line is that we're driving the cartels out of business, and we're ending an industry that profits off of the deaths of millions of Americans. Fentanyl traffic across our border at the southern border is down 56%, and that means that fewer families will have to live with the pain of losing a loved one. We're taking the fight to make America safe again to our enemies, and we're going after them on the high seas as well. We know that our maritime borders need to be defended, and since January, the U.S. Coast Guard has seized enough cocaine to kill 177 million Americans. That's 2/3 of our country's population. By keeping criminals and terrorists and drugs out of our country, we're saving American lives, and we're sparing American families from the pain of illegal alien crime and the heartache of drug addiction and fentanyl poisoning. But we know that our threats are ever evolving, and that's why you're here, and that's why I'm grateful you made it a priority to be here today. We need the improved technology, the intelligence, and the expertise that you bring to the table to stay ahead of our enemies. Thanks to the big, beautiful bill, we have funding that we can make sure that the Department of Homeland Security has what we need to get equipped to prepare for the future. We focus on merit. We're ensuring that we get the best products so that we can keep the American people as safe as possible. And as a result of everything that we've been doing, Americans are getting back to work after years of illegal aliens taking their jobs and flooding our market and using those resources to support other entities besides American families. In the first 8 months of the Biden administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born workers. In the same period under President Trump, 100% of American jobs went to American-born workers. Overall, that's more than 2.5 million Americans that went back into the workforce. Now, as President Trump continues to stand up for our citizens and prosperity on the global stage, he also is working to enforce American tariffs. CBP is responsible for implementing and for enforcing all tariffs, and in January, CBP has collected $1 billion from tariffs, taxes, and fees. And what there actually are and what we are utilizing them for is a negotiating tactic. They serve as a stick, so to be, to bring people to the table. And if a company or a country doesn't like tariffs, a simple solution exists. Invest in America. Meet our demands. Meet our safety protocols. You won't regret it. You won't have any tariffs, and we want to do business with you if we do it the right way. And we will rely on our international relationships and partnerships to keep our country safe. As President Trump's DHS secretary, it's been an absolute honor every single day to get up and to have a purpose of safety and security with the United States and be able to negotiate with our international partners. And since January, we have secured, under the Department of Homeland Security, over 30 international agreements that don't just tighten our security operations, but they also help us with travel, and 17 of those I have personally signed with our international leaders. For example, the biometric data sharing partnership agreements that we've signed with countries in the Western Hemisphere have allowed us to identify threats to the United States and to the region. And these data exchanges have allowed us to better understand the movement of bad actors in the hemisphere and identify them if they come to the United States. Many of you have the technology and the innovation to help us do that even better. And among those that we have identified, we have found nearly 100 known and suspected terrorists just from those agreements that we've signed in the last several months. America is not just a nation that is important, but it also needs to refocus on being the Arctic nation that it is, and we have been since the 1850s. Under President Trump, we're finally acting like it. We need to revamp our shipbuilding industry to revitalize the Coast Guard to help defend it. And last month, I hosted the ministers from Canada and Finland here in D.C. to continue our icebreaker collaboration effort, our ICE Pact, to strengthen our maritime capabilities, to rebuild America's shipbuilding industry, and to increase our presence in the Arctic region to deter our adversaries. ICE Pact brings together the governments of our countries, our three nations, and it brings private industry in from all three countries. I'm sure you've read and heard about what that really has done to establish the shipping industry here in the United States. For example, the Canadian shipbuilder Davies has pledged over $1 billion to acquire and to modernize the American shipyard assets in Texas for the production of icebreakers right here in the United States. 2 multi-purpose icebreakers are proposed for construction in Finland by the American-owned Bollinger Shipyards and the Canadian-owned company of Seaspan. And working with the Department of Labor, we've deployed millions of dollars in grant programs to create the International Shipbuilding Fellowship, which will fund opportunities for American workers to travel to Finland, to learn from them and their expertise, and to bring that skill set back here at home to deploy. We're doing all of that because the American people deserve the security, they deserve the prosperity, and the future that will come from it. And we need groups like you to make it happen. You are the innovators. You see the challenges that are coming and you help us tackle them with your expertise and your knowledge. You create the solutions that propel us forward, and you don't give up until you do. And that's really what the American spirit is. It's what drives us forward as a nation. We're all doers, and we always have been. As my dad raised us, he told us we don't complain about things, we fix them. And I want to thank you for being here today to help us do exactly that. That's exactly how our ancestors carved 13 colonies out of an unforgiving wilderness. It's how we tamed the Wild West, it's how we founded a nation, and it's how we landed on the moon. That spirit that built America is what made us great, and we need a lot more of it. What do we need from industry? We need your technology. We need your wisdom, your expertise. We need agility. We need you to be quick and fast and deploy. Under the Department of Homeland Security, I have personally reviewed over 9,000 contracts myself to ensure that they're not only the correct contracts we should be signing as far as deploying resources, but to do it quickly and be accountable to taxpayers. Know that when you work with us, that it will meet a need that we have to secure the homeland, but also that it will be something that is appropriate and correct, will be evaluated, and will be deployed at an efficiency to the taxpayer. We have saved over $13 billion at the department just by reviewing and renegotiating contracts, making sure that we're doing the right thing and stretching every single dollar as far as we can to take care of people and to keep them safe. We need your new solutions to meet the threats of tomorrow so that we can build an America where we can protect America and where we can uphold the principles and the law for which it was founded. If you care about all of that, and if you want to be a part of the team and continue to help us, gosh, that would be absolutely fantastic. We need you. We face more threats than we ever have before, not just from enemies that are here within our borders, but from those far beyond. Not just from individuals, but from groups, cartels, terrorists, and even other countries that wish to take America out. Our threats are great, but our people are even greater. And I want to thank you for all that you do to help us to achieve safety, but also hope and happiness here for our families that live here. So I just want to thank you all for being here, for what you do, for loving this country, and may God bless you for partnering with us in new ways each and every day. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to visit with all of you. And with that, I will yield back, but does anybody have any questions? I'll take a couple questions before I leave if you've got some. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
We have a contract on your desk right now to review the
We're going to negotiate a contract right here today. I love it.
I want to know what we're going to do to improve and quickly put in place AI-enabled surveillance on our borders to improve the false alarm rate, which is very, very high right now and causing a lot of pain to the folks in the field who need this.
Yeah, as you know, we had a plan under Trump 45 to build the wall, and the wall is not just an infrastructure of a primary wall. There's a secondary wall and the technology and surveillance equipment that actually goes with it as well. And as we do that, and this is the largest project that's ever been undertaken, I believe, in the world, to build an infrastructure project of this magnitude. And having the right technology to tell us when there is a threat at that border is important, but also we need to know when it's not a threat and it's something else. So your contract, I don't know the specific one, but I will go look at it. It's not on my desk yet because I just cleared my desk this afternoon. But I will. But that is one thing that we need, is not just technology, but technology that's reliable, that gives us the correct information we need to keep people safe. So we have already done the many contracts to deploy and building of the border, but we are going to continue to allocate those. I think we have put those out faster from the OB3 funding than ever done before as far as the contracting process has gone, but we'll continue to ensure that those systems get installed and online as soon as possible. What else? She shut it down, didn't she? With the yes, sir. Last one, and then I better let you get back to business.
Ma'am, not a question, but I'm not going to speak for everybody here, but for me, just want to say keep it up.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Well, God bless you. You have a wonderful day. Thank you, everybody.
All right, that happened earlier today as we're seeing the sun go down there in Washington, D.C., still awaiting this live stream from the White House. So we've been here on the air for this long since I think it was 12:45 Eastern time. Robert McNeely had the first half of the coverage. I'm having the back half here, and we're going to wait. We're going to stay with it. Why not? We're going to see the president there in just a minute. We know that he will be honoring the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team, the USA team, of course, who won over USSR in that game there and won the gold medal in the Miracle on Ice. So we'll see some of the players there shortly. We have seen an email saying that the press is outside the Oval Office ready to go in. So it's getting closer as we speak. It's 5/11, Friday, December 12th. As we await the president at the White House, moments ago I was talking about Charlie Kirk's memorial on September 21st in Glendale, Arizona. It's been 3 months and 2 days since that tragic day in Utah. And in just a minute, we're going to revisit that memorial in Arizona. I think it's about a 4-minute video, just a powerful moment there. So as soon as we have that, we'll go to that video. In the meantime, let's go to a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Of course, Silk, a rock star in the conservative movement. Great to know Silk and have her on the show a lot here, and just always hearing her vantage point is always good and entertaining. And wrapped in truth. It's all truth, so it's good stuff. All right, so we're going to get to a video in just a second from Arizona on this Flashback Friday. Before we do, Pete Hegseth, the Department of War Secretary, was just in Huntsville, Alabama. We have a video of him boarding the plane, taking some photos and leaving. It's just about a minute video, so let's take a look at that. And if you're just joining us, the Secretary of War was speaking in Huntsville, Alabama, about the brand new site of the United States Space Force Command there, Space Command. So that's happening. That was a speech that happened within the hour here on Right Side. You see at the bottom of your screen, I just want to point this out just because it's kind of like the elephant in the room, mini-sized. Soon, President Trump will perform a bill signing. That word soon, maybe we should change that to sometime, or hopefully today. But regardless, we know that it's been about, I think it was scheduled for 3 o'clock. It's now 2 hours and 16 minutes later, but that gives us an opportunity to show you various videos and share some commentary with you. And of course, the president is the president. There's a lot going on, but he's about to honor the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team, of course, the Miracle on Ice. So looking forward to seeing that, as I'm obviously patriotic, like many of you are, and love sports, especially hockey. So this is kind of a cool day for Friday, December 12th. Now, outside of talking about that, of course, we are keeping our thoughts with Tina Peters right now. We know that President Trump pardoned her, but those are for any federal charges. Well, she's has those state charges, and the governor there in Colorado has not opened up the gate for Tina, so she's still in jail. So we'll see how that develops. Now that's becoming a major, major national story at this point. So the more attention we bring to it as well, maybe something good will happen for Tina, but also we can pray. Miracles do happen. Let's pray for one for Tina. Speaking of God, right? We think about God, family, country, and freedom here at the network, and we talk about that a lot, as you guys know. And one of those aspects is back on September 21st, as I was talking about earlier, about the late, great Charlie Kirk and that memorial that happened there. While we await President Trump on this now Friday evening, so good evening to you. I was saying good afternoon earlier when I was in the studio when we started, but good evening to you, as we've been on the air for almost 5 hours now. Robert McNeely had the first few hours. I have the back half here, and sticking with you guys, and I'm glad you're sticking with us, whether you're watching live or on replay right now. But each and every one of you in any state that you're watching, and in some places across the world, thanks for sticking with us. This next video, if you have a moment right now, just to kind of plug in, spiritually speaking, because this moment here in Glendale, Arizona was quite powerful. Take a look.
I know it's not much, nothing else. One more time. So I throw up my head, praise you again and again. All that I have is hallelujah, hallelujah. And I know it's not holy are you, Lord God Almighty. Worthy is, for you are holy, holy are you, Lord God tell them now. For you are holy, holy. Are you Lord God Almighty? Worthy is the Lamb, worthy is the Lamb, for you are holy, holy. Are you Lord God Almighty? Worthy is the Lamb, worthy is the Lamb, for you are holy, holy. Are you Lord? Are you Lord? Come on, lift it up. This is a sound that can shake the nations. Worthy is the Lamb. For you are
September 21st, 2025. Again, September 21st, 2025. What an impact. What an impact. And it's still being felt across the world, and we won't forget about it ever. The late, great Charlie Kirk, that memorial, what a powerful, powerful time that was, but it can still be, spiritually speaking. Go ahead and play a song like that in your own house, with your family, with your friends, with yourself. Just play the music and get connected. I don't know. It's worked for me in the past, I'll tell you, and I love doing it once in a while when it comes to seeking God. It's good stuff, right? It's great stuff. 5:24, Friday, December 12th. We're about to go to the White House, the most powerful building on earth, the most powerful office on earth, the Oval Office. And we're going to have some fun today because the U.S. hockey team from 1980, a number of them are there at the White House as they won that gold medal game. These guys were scrappy. They were, 18, 19, 20 years old, going against the Russians, going against the USSR, the Soviets. You think about Canada and you think about Russia. They obviously are closer to the North Pole, right? It's a lot colder. So it makes sense. You're brought up on ice skates and you play hockey and you're really good at it. But the United States of America that day in Lake Placid, New York, as Al Michaels said, do you believe in miracles? If you get a chance, go ahead and play some of that praise music when you get a chance, but go ahead and watch the replay of the 1980 broadcast towards the end when the United States won. You can do that on Rumble, YouTube, wherever you want to find it, just find it, and go ahead and watch it. It's really cool stuff. All right, enough of the emotional stuff. I mean, emotions are good, but that's part of it, you know? When the Bible says love God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind, there's nothing wrong with the heart aspect of loving God. That's the emotion part, right? But also our mind and our strength and all that. It's a balance. I guess I was saying the emotional stuff, more referring to the sports. But anyway, regardless, we have a country to save, and we know that is something that has to happen for freedom to continue to reign across this land. We have to have it. Most of you that are watching, you're not into the woke stuff. You're not into all the stuff that is so anti-truth and anti-God and family and all that. So what do? Well, we have a solution with God, of course, but we have a solution with conservative media, because our media on this side is on the right side of history, on the side of truth, on the side of the gospel, on the side of freedom. David wins against Goliath. Just because the rest of the world might say, oh, this and that about whoever and whatever. Let every man be a liar, but God is still true. So being on the right side of history, that's what it's all about, as you guys know. And we've been covering a number of news stories. This event was scheduled for 3 o'clock. Well, it's not 3 o'clock anymore. It's 2.5 hours later. But again, one thing that I have learned at Right Side Broadcasting Network since I joined here in September of 2022, you better learn how to talk, and talk for a long time without a teleprompter. I do have a screen behind the camera. I'm able to read some of that sometimes when I do the sponsor reads, and I do refer to it for some notes. But this lens, I'm just looking right at you guys at home. So hello to you. My name's Matt. Nice to meet you. All right, so 5/27, Friday, December 12th. Let's get ready to go to President Trump there at the Oval Office. Let's go there now.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Well, this is very exciting. This was one of the greatest moments in the history of U.S. sports. I wouldn't say maybe for other countries they weren't so thrilled, but for U.S. sports. And we have a very exciting team of champions standing behind me. Mr. Attorney, could you read what we're doing right now and get it done?
This is H.R. 452, the Miracle on Ice bill. The United States Congress has authorized 3 medals to be struck commemorating the historic victory of the United States men's hockey team in 1980 at the Lake Placid Olympics, where they obviously defeated the Russians in the Soviet Union, in the famous Miracle on Ice hockey game. This will serve as a fitting commemoration of that incredible achievement. And will hopefully be a lasting memorial of that achievement going forward, sir.
This was an amazing event. Pretty big, I mean, I don't know. There were some other upsets in the world. I haven't noticed them getting any of these, right? They're the only ones. That's great. Well, we don't use auto pens here. It's a great achievement. Okay, wait a minute. There you go, Mike. Take that.
Thank you, sir.
So great, right? Most of these people are too young to remember that. But the real sports fans know it. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have the media, too. We're delighted to be joined today by true legends of American sports history and heroes for the entire nation. The 1980 U.S. Olympic ice hockey team. This was one of the biggest moments that I've ever seen in sports, and I like sports. These are the men who gave us one of the most storied athletic wins of all time. It's called the Miracle on Ice, and I guess that's what it was. We're with us today by players like Jim Gregg, Steve Janicek, Bill Baker, Dave Christian, Ken Morrow, Jack O'Callahan, Mike Ramsey, Neil Bratt, Mike Urizioni, Rob McClanahan, Buzz Schneider, Dave Silk, Phil Vercoda, and numerous others. And what I'd love to do, you know, when you have all of these media people, it's a nice, slow afternoon. Nothing's too slow around here. I think we just did a very good job with Thailand and Cambodia. We had them stopped, and I've been saying I stopped 8 wars, but they started shooting at each other 2 days ago. It wasn't good. And we got it, I think, straightened out today. So Thailand and Cambodia is in good shape. So we get a lot done. 8 wars. Nobody's ever stopped 8 wars. We have 1 more to go. The easiest one, I thought, would be a country that you're somewhat familiar with, Russia and Ukraine. But a lot of progress is being made even there. Could I ask you to just say your name? And if you have anything to say, you could say that also. And then we'll get on with reading some of the stats.
Yeah, my name is Ryan Suter. I'm here representing my dad, Bob, who passed away
It's a true honor for me to be a part of this, and I thank these guys for allowing me to be a part of their team. And thank you for having this and hosting us.
Your father was some player, incredible player. Did you ever play ice hockey?
I did, yeah.
How good was he compared to his father?
I'm not answering.
Mr. President, Ryan just played 21 years in the NHL. He played 1,500 games in the NHL.
Pretty comparable, though, right? Better? You think better?
Yes.
You can.
His dad was tougher.
I've heard he might be.
Dad was tougher, you're right.
Dad was tougher, but you got good genetics. You had a great career. How long did you play?
I played 21 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you look pretty good for a guy playing 21 years. It's a nice business. Congratulations, and great father.
Thank you.
Great father. Please.
I'm Taria Lewis, and I'm here representing my dad, Mark Pavlich. I'm so honored to be here. I'm at a loss for words, to be honest. Like, I can't believe this is real. And I want to say to you, President Trump, I know so many people from Duluth, Minnesota that love you. And here, thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
And you had a great father.
Thank you so much.
A great player.
So amazing.
Thank you very much. Right? Very serious. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Please go ahead.
I'm Ken Morrow.
Yeah.
An honor to meet you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
What a great win for our country. And if people don't remember, that's where the USA chant started in Lake Placid.
That's right.
Yeah.
I tried to take credit for that. you had to bring that up, didn't you? That's the end of that. That's all right. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jim Craig, and it's an honor to be here. I'm so proud of all my teammates and what we were able to accomplish for our country. And when you get a chance to represent your country, whether it's in the military or a sport, and you do something really special like our team did, and then be recognized many years later. So, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your courage that you show the country every single day.
Thank you.
And for making our country safe again.
Thank you. Yeah, we're doing that. I appreciate that very much. I didn't know you were on that team. Was Cash? Was Cash on the team?
I was the trainer.
Great. Thank you for being here. He's doing a great job, too. Thank you, Cash, very much.
Buzz Schneider, Mr. President, thanks for having us here. Thanks, Congressman Stopper, for writing legislation on the least spot, and Tom Emmer. It's a privilege to be here, and we accomplished a wonderful thing, and I will say that I got 19 beautiful people I did it with. It was awesome. All
That's
good,
true.
solid people. Thank you. Thanks again.
They are. So you have to be solid. Thank you. Please.
Hi, I'm Neil Broughton from Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Trump. It's an honor. You're celebrating us, and I can't believe I'm even here.
It's an amazing office.
It's unbelievable.
Everybody that comes here, they can. The biggest people in the world, they come into this place and they go, wow, it's the Oval Office, most important office anywhere in the world, not even close. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Michael Ruzioni, on behalf of the team, we have a replica hat that we wore at the opening ceremonies in Lake Placid.
Thank you.
We'd like you to have that. And more importantly, I don't think words can explain how proud we are for what you've done for our team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's see, what do I do with that strap?
There you go. Now we can take a picture.
You got to take a picture. You remember a certain governor in Massachusetts? When they put that helmet on, that was not good. Michael Dukakis.
Yep.
They put that helmet on. That was the end of his political career. Okay, that's good.
But the honor that you bestowed upon our team is something that's incredible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I feel it.
Thank you.
Mr. President, hello, I'm Jack O'Callahan from
Hey,
Charlestown,
Jack.
Mass. And grew up on the battlefield of where the Battle of Bunker Hill was fought. And that's where it all started. And thank you so much for having us here. We're a bunch of proud Americans, and we're thrilled to be in your presence, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be with you guys. Winners, champions.
Mr. President, my name is Dave Silk, and like Jack said, I'm a proud American. Thank you for having us here, and thank you to all that put this on for us.
Thank you.
I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, fellas. It's really nice. Thank you.
Mr. President, Bill Baker, I'm from Minnesota. I know that right now that doesn't ring very well. Hopefully we can get that turned around.
Do we have Somalians in the, any Somalians on the team? I don't think so. Ilyan, Omar.
The pride we felt in 1980 was
Yeah.
incredible, and we are starting to feel that again thanks to your leadership. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, Minnesota's a great place, and this is a great leader right here
Sure
from
is.
Minnesota. He loves it. Not happy with what's going on up there, and I think you'll take care of that situation. We're all with you.
With your help. Thank you.
No, you have my help. What's happening up there is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Billions of dollars have been stolen. Billions sent back to Somalia. And Tom can solve that problem better than anybody. And you have the go-ahead, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What do you think of this team?
This is the team that set the whole tone for this country back in 1980. It was the beginning of the great comeback, which, by the way, Donald J. Trump was the next beginning of the great comeback. So it's perfect that it's both you and this great team from 1980.
Thank you, Tom. You're doing a fantastic job. Really a great leader. We appreciate it, friend. And Jackie is have a great spouse.
Remember, that's her favorite.
That's right. That's true. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
And Elise, everybody knows Elise. She's doing phenomenally well. A really tremendous congresswoman, and she's running for a little position called governor of New York, and she's got a hell of a shot at it. That's all I can see. I see polls that look very good, and we could use you in New York. She's got a little competition and with a very good Republican, but she's a great Republican. So we'll see what happens, but Elise is respected by everybody, and we appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. As the representative for Lake Placid, this is so meaningful to my constituents, and we are home of the Miracle on Ice, and it's wonderful to be here with these teammates who just stood so proudly for Team USA.
Thank you. Thank you, Elise. Thank you. Please.
My name is Dan Brooks. I'm the son of Coach Herb Brooks. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. My dad, he believed in the American hockey player. He believed in his country. He loved this team. He loved his country. I wish he was here, but it's an honor for me to represent him. So thank you for having me.
Well, your father was a great guy. I knew him a little bit, and he was an amazing coach. What he did was just incredible.
He was tough, but fair.
He was tough? Was he tough on you? Yeah.
I lived with him 20 years.
But good. I was saying, my father was tough too. My father was tough, but good.
Yeah.
All right? They were good people. Thank you very much.
It was an honor to be his son.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. He'd be very proud of you right now.
Rob McClanahan from Minnesota. I'm just echoing everybody else's words. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to be a teammate of this great team. It's all about we, and we're great teammates.
Yeah. That was really a perfect case of it.
Yep.
That team was a perfect case. Please.
I'm honored to be here. I'm representing my brother Mark, who died in 2024. I know he's looking down with a big smile on his face.
Great player.
Yeah, and I'm sure I am honored, and I know he would be too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Trump, Dave Christian from Warwood, Minnesota, Hockey Town, USA.
Is it still? Is it?
It still is.
But
But it's a privilege and an honor to be here with the greatest teammates anyone could have.
Thank you very much. Great honor. Great job.
Mr. President, Mike Ramsey. I'm also from Minnesota, and Minneapolis. It's not Hockey Town, Minnesota. It's an honor to be here with my teammates and you. This is awesome. Thank you.
Great to have you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Steve Janaszak, also from Minnesota, White Bear Lake, Minnesota. It's
Right.
not as big as it sounds. I backed up Jimmy Craig, and I want to thank all you guys for the job that you did. Pleasure to be a part of this team, luckiest guy on this team.
Yeah.
Without
Jimmy
a doubt.
Craig was pretty good,
I know goaltending, and he did an awesome job.
Yeah. Pretty good. That's great. Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you.
Wow, I didn't know he had to talk. What do you think, Phil? I'm speechless, of course, but I'm Phil Burkota, originally from Duluth, Minnesota, and certainly, like all the other gentlemen here, we're having a wonderful, wonderful day, and just seeing the history of Washington, D.C., and the invitation and the award is beyond what I could imagine.
Well, it's an honor, and so many people from Minnesota. There's something. There's good hockey blood, huh?
Oh yeah.
No, so many people. A lot of the team. Congratulations, and Minnesota's going to be back, right?
It better be back.
Going to be back. Going to be back. You got a little bad governor up there, and a couple of other little problems, but it's going to be back. And unbelievable people in Minnesota. 45 years ago, this tremendous group of collegiate players and amateurs faced overwhelming odds against the Soviet Union in Lake Placid Winter Olympics. They said it was the greatest team ever put together, the Soviet team. They weren't saying that about you, but you were damn good. And they were saying that team was unbeatable. The same month, the USSR's hockey team had crushed our squad. They did an exhibition game of some kind, and it was not pretty, 10-3. And people were not even looking forward to this game, fellas, I hate to tell you. They liked it. That last 10 minutes were not fun. The Soviets had not lost an Olympic game since 1968, and they were coming off a 4 straight gold record, gold medals. In 64, they won the gold, 68, 72, and 76. Other than that, they weren't that good, right? They were great. And this was supposed to be the best team that they ever had. So I wasn't looking too sharp for our great champions behind me. As one American sports writer put it at the time, the whole world expected the Soviets to win, quote, unless the ice melts. So that wasn't a very good statement. But then it began. Despite the long odds, the Team USA blazed through the group stage, meaning other countries went through them pretty easily, advancing to a long-awaited rematch against the USSR. 3 times we went down by a goal. For most of the game, they were down by a goal 3 times, and then remarkable players put America back on top where we always wanted to be. Buzz Schneider, he scored the opening goal and a slap shot from 50 feet. That's a big slap shot. That's a big. How the hell did that happen? Was there goal? I thought they had a good goal.
They did have a good goalie. The pass came across the ice. I caught him going the other way.
It just happened, right? Miracle, they call it. Miracle. Thank you. That's a long one, right?
Yeah,
That
that's a good
doesn't.
one.
How often does a 50-foot shot go in? Not too much, right? Huh? That one. When you have a little extra power, you're strong. You were a strong guy. That ball, that's something. That puck was hit. We have a puck here. Does this mean anything, or is this something you just gave me?
I
gave the FCI hockey pucks to the
Well,
team.
that's good. Well, that's nice. I'll put it here on top of a piece of gold. In the second period, Jim Craig withstood a barrage of shots on goal and kept the dream alive. That's the guy, right? And then after a goal from team captain Mike Eruzione, who's a fantastic guy, and I know him from outside of hockey. We played golf. We were on a golf team together, and we happened to win,
Yes,
right?
we did, sir.
We won.
Yes, we did.
I liked my partner very much. But he put us up 4-3. Midway through the third, these fighters held on to the longest 10 minutes of their lives. They call it the longest, most horrendous, scariest 10 minutes. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Because you couldn't believe that you were there, right? And they're leading by 1, and they got 10 minutes, and just please. Anybody pray? When you pray?
Doing everything.
I don't know. Did you have time to pray? I don't think you had a lot of time.
You just had to go out and play.
They're religious guys, but they didn't have a lot of time to pray. They were out on the ice. But to win one of the greatest comebacks in sports history really was amazing. The observers in the arena noted it was the first time in his life that he heard the chant USA, 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 which I don't like hearing because I tell people that had to do with Trump in 2016, slightly after your big win, but no longer. That's the end of that, right? I can't use that one anymore. But I do remember them doing that exactly. For a long time they were doing that. This team united us and they inspired us. The United States was like brought to a level of sports that they've never seen. And they brought us Olympic glory that we celebrate to this day. Nobody thought it was possible. It really shows that, anything's possible. Nobody thought that one was possible. But I want to congratulate you all. And now I'd like to invite Mike to say a few words. And then Congressman Stauber, who introduced. And then we're going to speak from a couple of other people. And I have to tell you, our leader, I have to say that Emmer is a very special leader, and I want you to maybe wrap it up and say something on behalf of your great state in particular, the country, but your great state in particular, okay? So let's go, Mike.
Just again, Mr. President, to reiterate what we've all talked about, this is an absolute incredible honor. I've said this before. When you put a USA jersey on, you're playing for your country. You're not playing for your state, your town, or your city. And what an honor it was for us to put that jersey on and accomplish what we accomplished. I've always said the gold medal is something that's incredible, but this is the frosting on the cake. To receive an award like this, an honor like this, maybe this is it, guys. I don't think there's anything else we can get.
There's nothing else.
This is just incredible.
There's nothing else.
No, this is it, and thank you for making this happen.
Great, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Pete?
Yeah. Mr. President, thank you for signing this piece of legislation. I first want to say, on behalf of Congress, I want to thank Lee Stefanik and Tom Emmer for being co-sponsors of this piece of legislation. I also want to thank my staff. Ali Esau in my office did a tremendous job getting this, to be able to pass the House and the Senate. I want to thank my staff. And Mr. President, it was 45 years ago, Friday, February 22nd, 1980, that the game of hockey changed. It was a 5 p.m. game. It was tape delayed. Those of us that were hockey players back then, this was a game changer. We couldn't find that USA jersey anywhere. It was sold out wherever it was. And so I'm very proud to have led this, and I would be remiss if I didn't introduce my younger brother, Rob, who was he was a gold medal coach for the 2018 Women's Olympic gold medal team in Pyeongchang. Sure. And Robbie's right over there.
Hi, Rob. Nice seeing you.
So, Mr. President, I will just say that I'm in awe of these hockey heroes, and as we move forward, they changed the game of hockey. It was a powerful, dominant performance that this country needed. They beat the powerhouse Soviets, and as you know, you're continuing to do that today, and this was a great start of it. And for me, I'm very just privileged and proud to stand with these Olympic heroes that literally changed a nation and gave us the strength that we needed at the time our nation needed it. And to know these men here, they're humble, the humility is through the roof. And I just want to thank you for signing this. This means a lot to me personally, but it means more to the team. When I talked to them this afternoon, this was as Mike just said, it's the cherry on top of what they did for this country. And thank you for signing it, and I appreciate it.
Well, we love it, and he was a really great hockey player too. So let me ask you a question: was your brother in this category of hockey player, or slightly less?
You want to answer that?
See, he was smart.
He was better than He was better than me. Robbie was a goaltender in the National Hockey League as well. So
wow, that's pretty good.
He was
Boy,
much better than me.
That's a lot of good genetics in this whole thing. But you were a hell of a player too.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Pete. So
we're gonna one more. Well, President, we would like to do one more thing.
Oh, sure.
Take a photo with our hats off.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Fix my hair.
That's from Minnesota. Used to wearing hats.
Okay.
Straighten it out.
Take a good one. You have Dan? Let's go, Dan. Get with it. Get with it, Dan. Oh, there we go. Good photography. You got a little off guard. It's a good photo. Good idea.
A little bit more.
So we're going to finish up with Tom Emmer, and he's been just a fantastic congressman, leader, person from Minnesota. Loves that state. Boy, do you love that state, and they love you equally as much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I got to thank Pete Stauber as he's talking about humility. Pete Stauber actually was in the White House as a national championship captain of a national championship hockey team
back in the 1980s.
Not
So
bad.
This
Not
is
bad.
this runs in the blood in Minnesota. This runs in our blood in Minnesota, but it's not about Minnesota. Even though I will point out most of the guys are from Minnesota, but that's not the point. It doesn't matter if it's Massachusetts, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, wherever players came from back then. They were all Americans. That's what mattered, and they were an inspiration. And you know what it means to my state? It shows us that no matter how bad it gets, there's always a way to succeed if you're willing to try. And I think Mike Ruzioni said it earlier. If you think you're going to lose, you're probably not going to win.
Right.
If you think you're going to compete and you're going to give it everything you've got, these men who are standing here and their colleagues who are not here, God bless them, those who couldn't be here and those who have departed, they reached the ultimate peak. And when they did it, as Pete pointed out, they lifted an entire country out of the ditch and set us off to an amazing several decades that followed. And it's not much unlike the 47th President of the United States. So I think it's entirely appropriate that you're doing this for these men. You're really doing it for the country. And God bless you, because Minnesota, I think, is going to experience a comeback because of you.
They're going to do it. Minnesota's going to come back. No, I'm so impressed that so many of these champions come from Minnesota. It's amazing. It's a great place. Thank you very much.
We engineered it.
Well, the best players were from Massachusetts.
I think
It starts again.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions for the? Let's go to the players first, if you could.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, it's a great honor to be in the room with all of you. I remember this game, and it had a huge impact on me. You're heroes of mine, and it's really an honor to be in this room. Mike Ruzioni, I have to ask you a question. What did it mean? I realize it was the semifinal game, but what did it mean to you at the time to beat the Soviets, to beat the Soviet Union?
Well, at the time, it gave us an opportunity to play for a gold medal. People always talk about the Soviet game, and I know how important the Soviet game was from a political standpoint. We didn't know it at the time, we knew it after. But if we don't beat Finland, we're not having this conversation today. We're not here. As great as the Soviet victory was, and it was an incredible victory, but if we lose to Finland, it would have been, God, if you only could have beat Finland.
What was the score?
4-2. We were losing 2-1 going into the third period.
That would have been a downer.
So
can you imagine?
We're not having this conversation.
That would not have
You are not inviting us to the White House. We are not receiving this honor if we don't beat Finland. So I think it speaks volumes of the team and the team that I played on to come back after such a great victory. We were ready to play Finland on Sunday. And I think, again, that's a tribute to the team and the type of players that we had. So years later, 45 years later, we realize how important that victory was against the Soviets. But I think a lot of us take great pride in knowing that we closed the deal by beating Finland.
If you didn't win that final game,
We're not here.
Nobody would.
We wouldn't have played.
You wouldn't be here. I would not have invited you. I would have said, "You got to be kidding."
Yeah, what happened to Finland?
Mike could be driving Uber.
It's very funny. A little twist of that. But you did win.
What's the lesson for Ukraine from this win from 45 years ago when you defeated Russian team against all odds?
Well, it's a very similar situation, isn't it? Let's see what happens. We're working on seeing if we can make a deal right now. We're gonna see. We'll soon know, I guess. We're gonna see a lot of death. Last month, fellas, 25,000 soldiers were killed in Ukraine and Russia. 25,000. Can you imagine that? It's ridiculous.
Maybe we should send our team over.
If I could, you guys were a team of amateurs. What do you think about the NIL, the deals that are being made with players, and they're hopping around schools? What do you think about it? I'll get your thoughts on that.
My thoughts are I don't like it. I don't like the NIL. I don't like the portal. But that's the state of college sports today, and we have no control over that. I don't like it, and a lot of people that I've spoke to don't like it either. But we have no say in it.
Well, I think we maybe do have a say. I think that it's a disaster for college sports. I think it's a disaster for the Olympics because, we're losing a lot of teams. The colleges are cutting a lot of they would call them sort of the lesser sports, and they're losing them like at numbers nobody can believe. And they were really training grounds, beautiful training grounds, hard-working, wonderful young people. They were training grounds for the Olympics. And a lot of these sports that were training so well would win gold medals because of it. those sports don't exist because they're putting all their money into football. And, by the way, they're putting too much money into football because colleges don't make, even the most successful universities don't make that much money. And you can't pay a quarterback $14 million to come out of high school. They don't even know he's going to be a very good player. I mean, they've tried a couple of times. $14 and $12 million. And a couple of deals like that, and the most successful colleges are losing money. And I think the NIL is a disaster for sports. It's horrible for the Olympics. And I think it's actually horrible for the players. And you're losing all of these great sports. They're not college football. Even basketball is being affected. Basketball second, but even basketball is being affected. They're putting all of their money in, and I know something about it. They will not be able to stop. You're going to have a college president. I'm telling you, sir, we give a guard $7 million, we're going to win the national championship, and they'll give them $7 and they won't win it. And even if they do win it, colleges cannot afford to be paying the kind of salaries that you're hearing about. And frankly, if you didn't have a very strong salary cap in sports, and even then, in professional sports, they'd all be out of business, everyone. You're going to have these colleges wipe themselves out. And something ought to be done, and I'm willing to put the federal government behind it. But if it's not done fast, you're going to wipe out colleges. They're going to get wiped out, including ones that do well in football. They can't pay $12 million, $14 million, $10 million, $6 million for players. They won't be able to stop. There'll always be that one player. If they only have that player, they're going to win the national championship. And they'll have 100 colleges thinking the same thing. Colleges cannot afford to play this game. And it's a very bad thing that's happening.
You talked about the Soviet Union, and I also want to ask about another country that you're targeting, which of course is Venezuela. Do you intend on seizing more oil assets from Venezuela and other takers?
I wouldn't tell you that. I mean, it wouldn't be very smart for me to tell you that. You know, we're supposed to be a little bit secretive. You're a very big-time reporter, and I don't think I want to tell a big-time reporter or a small-time reporter that. But we are knocking out drugs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We knocked out 96% of the drugs coming in by water, and nobody can figure out who the 4%. I wouldn't want to be the 4% either, but 96% of the drugs coming in by water. Every one of those boats you see get shot down, you just saved 25,000 American lives. But we knocked out 96% of the drugs coming in by water. And now we're starting by land. And by land is a lot easier. And that's going to start happening. And we're not going to have people destroying our youth, destroying our families. Thinking about youth, everybody. You ever see a family with the fentanyl or cocaine? Colombia has at least 3 cocaine factories. That's a different country. We're not happy about it, but we're stopping it. And we've stopped it now on water. You don't even find boats on water. You don't even see fishing boats on water. You want to go fishing in that area? Does anybody want to go fishing in that area? I don't think so. So I just want to say this. We have now a strong border. A year and a half ago, we had millions of people pouring through. Now we have nobody coming in through our border. And we have a strong country. We have a country that's respected, and we're going to keep it that way. And we're not going to let people kill 300,000 people a year with drugs.
One more follow-up question, Mr. President.
The fraud that you've been pointing out, talking about in Minnesota specifically, there have been some reports resurfacing and circulating, even by your own administration, alleging Ilhan Omar's marriage to her brother. And this would be a fraudulent situation if there, in fact, is found to be fraud in a situation like that. Would you like to see her denaturalized or others who have similarly committed fraud?
Well, I think she's very bad for our country. All she does is complain, complain, complain. She comes out of a country where they have no government, they have no military, they have no police, they got no nothing. They don't have a country. And they run around killing each other. And then she comes over here. She tells the United States of America how it should be run. We don't want to hear from her. I don't want to hear from her. I don't want to speak for Emmer, but I don't think Emmer particularly wants to hear. But don't say it because I don't want to get you in trouble, okay? Just be nice and easy, all right? I'll do it for you, but that part I'll do. But I just want to say that there's nothing worse than a person that comes in and does nothing but bitch and comes from a place where she shouldn't be telling us what to do. She shouldn't be telling us, and everybody agrees with me. And what's happening in Minnesota with Somalia, where billions of dollars is being stolen, right, like candy from a baby. We're not going to let that go on. And it's too great a state to have that happening. And guys like Tom Emmer and others, Pete Stauber, guys like them, they're going to stop it. And they're going to be given the authority to stop it. Because this country's not going to put up with it anymore.
You've talked about land strikes happening soon. Is there anything at this point that can prevent that? And is the objective, if you make that decision,
Well, I don't want to say that, but it's not only land strikes on Venezuela. It's land strikes on horrible people that are bringing in drugs and killing our people. You know, if we were in a war and we lost 300,000 people in a year, because that's what the real number is. It's not 100. You know, you keep hearing 100. And it's a lot worse than that because the families are devastated when they lose their child. If we were in a war and we lost 200,000 or 300,000, but I think it's more than 300,000, and that's a war that's like a war that would be unparalleled. Nobody's ever seen anything like that, and that's what's happening. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in Venezuela. It's people that are bringing in drugs to our country are targets.
Mr. President, at the end of this year, those extended Obamacare subsidies expire. What's your message to those 24 million Americans who will see their insurance premiums go up?
Don't make it sound so bad because, you know, obviously you're a sycophant for Democrats. You're obviously a provider of bad news for Republicans. Let me just say something. The Republicans, I think I can speak for Tom and most other people. I think what most Republicans want to see is what I want to see. And I leave it to them, and hopefully they're going to put great legislation on this desk right here. We want to see all of the money that's been squandered and given to insurance companies because Obamacare is horrible health insurance. It's far too expensive, and it always has been. But what it really is a way of making insurance companies rich. We want the money not to be paid at all to insurance companies. You know, insurance companies have gone up 1,700% over a short, meaning the stock, 1,700% over a short period of time. And they've taken in hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars. And we want the money to go to the people. They'll go in the form of a insurance account, healthcare account, or any other form that we can create. We have a lot of different forms. We want to give the money to the people and let the people buy their own great health care. And they'll save a lot of money, and it'll be great. Now, the problem we have is that the Republicans are not at all controlled by the insurance companies. But you know who is? The Democrats. The Democrats have received hundreds of millions of dollars. They're totally controlled by the insurance companies. So we might not get too many of their votes. But I actually think we'd get some Democrat votes. So I don't know how you feel about it, Tom, but everybody wants to see this happen. Everybody. I put it out, and all of a sudden, we've taken over in a positive way. The Republicans have taken over health care in a positive way. I want to see the billions of dollars go to the people, not to the insurance companies. And I want to see the people go out and buy themselves great health care. Much better health care at very little cost. That's what I want. And it's so simple.
A follow-up on that. Many congressional Republicans have said they won't vote for an Obamacare extension deal if it includes funding for abortion. Would you assure those Republicans that you will not propose?
Well, we're going to look into it. We're going to look into a lot of things. That's one of many factors. But what we do want to see is we want to see the money go to the people, not to the insurance companies. No, wait. You have to be nice and easy. Nice and easy. She's very aggressive. Okay, please.
Thanks, Mr. President. Can you tell us how this free economic zone would work in the Donbass and in land that the Russians took by force?
Well, I don't want to do that now. It's a very complex situation, but it would work, and a lot of people want to see it work. And all I want to do is I want to stop the death of 25,000 people a month. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. There were new Epstein photos released today showing you and also Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon. What were your reaction to those new photos that were released today?
Well, I haven't seen it, but I mean, everybody knew this man. He was all over Palm Beach. He has photos with everybody. I mean, almost there are hundreds and hundreds of people that have photos with him. So that's no big deal. I know nothing about it.
How big a role do you want to personally play in the decision by the Fed on interest rates?
Well, you know, I've made a lot of money. I've been very successful, and I think my role should be at least that of recommending. They don't have to follow what I say, but we're going to be choosing a new Fed person in the pretty near future. But they went out, you know, they went out with 71 different people, all economists and Trump. I was 71. And of the 71 people, I got it right, and one other person, I think from the Wharton School of Finance, my alma mater, got it right. There were 2 people that got it right out of 7, but I was one of them. So I think I certainly should have a role in talking to whoever the head of the Fed is, or the Fed. I don't think that, you know, in the old days that used to happen. Nowadays it's sort of, they think it shouldn't happen. But I've done great. I've made a lot of money. I've been very successful. I think my voice should be heard. But I'm not going to make the decision based on that. I'll be making a decision over the next few weeks. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Let's go. Thank you, press. Let's go. Head out. Thank you.
If you join,
Thank you, press.
All right, a great event at the White House with the 1980 USA gold medal hockey team there. We've been on the air since 12:45 Eastern Time, 6:07 now, Friday, December 12th, at least on the East Coast. It's 3:07 out there on the West Coast. Thanks so much for watching from coast to coast, and of course the Central Time Zone and Mountain Time Zone and anywhere else you guys are watching out there. Thanks so much for streaming in. This live stream broadcast brought to you by All Family Pharmacy. So let's talk about that. You know, here at RSBN, we always try to point you toward companies that actually support your freedom and give you real choices. And that's exactly why we trust All Family Pharmacy. They're not your traditional pharmacy pushing flu shots. All Family Pharmacy is different. They give you options, encourage you to take charge of your health and stay prepared and have the right medications on hand before sickness hits. And of course, during the holidays, that's important. The travel, the cold weather, the family gatherings, this is when everyone unfortunately can get sick. So why wait until someone is miserable and you're scrambling for appointments or pharmacy lines? All Family Pharmacy has everything your family might need: antivirals, antibiotics, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, mebendazole, even emergency kits and supplements, all doctor reviewed and delivered fast to your door. While you're out doing your holiday shopping, there's nothing wrong, of course, with adding a few essential medications your family might need, so you could stock up, stay prepared, and keep your family healthy this season. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You see that 10% off with the RSBN 10 code. One more sponsor here for you. Thanks again for streaming in with us, guys. Wall Street veterans are sounding the alarm. Many now say gold can climb to $7,000 per troy ounce. And that's before, you know, President Trump would finish his term. And it's not wild speculation. Experienced investors, economists, and portfolio managers are tracking the indicators. Soaring national debt, unchecked government spending, and a dollar that's losing purchasing power by the day. So what's even more revealing is the behavior of central banks. They're trimming their exposure to U.S. treasuries and increasing their gold reserves. They recognize the pattern. They know that paper currencies eventually fall and fail. But gold has remained a reliable source and store of value throughout history. That's why we rely on monetary gold. With more than 25 years in business, an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, and top 5 rankings from Consumer Affairs and Retirement Living. They've earned a reputation for trust and expertise. Their specialists bring more than a century of combined experience helping Americans safeguard your savings. So if you've been waiting for the right moment, you're looking at it now. Don't sit on the sidelines as the dollar continues to weaken. Silver and gold remain time-tested assets for defending your purchasing power. 888-617-7994 or go to rsbnforthegold.com today. Meantime, let's pray for the freedom of our country to continue, and let's pray for the release of Tina Peters. For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Have a great weekend. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door.